Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第264天 is day 264. Got a couple things to go over. We have 折 kinda did a TLC on 折. Right. Or choose. 中 did a TLC on 中 as well. Total or sum up. And 多 多 needed reinforcement. Take by force. Fun needed reinforcement. Maybe a little bit of change. Not sure if it had metal. Was it metal? I don't think it was metal. Droppings. So yeah, droppings. And something else. I don't remember the something else. Dropping something in feathers. Was it rice field? Dang it. I think the rice field gets lost in a little bit. Fun is a turnover. Okay. Then we have feng jian. Oh, which feng? This feng. Feng jian. I just started. Just started. Feudal. And then chai yao. Oh, that's okay as usual so far. Chai yao. You still gaming? And this is summary. Oh, who did you go to? Oh yeah, you meant to ask who did you go to Otakon with? Just wrapping up. So, I didn't go with anyone yet. I go alone. We drive down alone. Next year there's a chance. Next year we made a promise to go together. Someone I met online. Over 6 years ago. I mentioned a roommate though, like when I went to Otakon. That's like unless you're talking about somehow I mentioned something my best friends, that was over 10 years ago. The very first Otakons went with my roommates. Your roommate is transporting a small. Oh yeah, they're my random roommates. I didn't go with them to Otakon. Yeah, I have random roommates. I like imagine going to the university and spending a weekend with random strangers. They just happen to be working at the Otakon. So I have random roommates every year. Yeah. So that is one of the roommates. We have only become acquainted on that day, on that weekend. That's a wheel of wild card, you know. How well did it go? It went pretty well. Usually we end up exchanging contacts and whatnot, and then promptly the common thing is never hear from each other again. But we do see each other every year. I think the last 2 or 3 years of roommates, on average it's like 2 or 3 roommates each year, and we see I mean I see them every year, like they're still so, but we don't talk, we work, like most of the time we work. So it's not quite the same deal, like we don't work in the same place, but the limited amount of time makes for a great way to practice IRL communications. It really does show that, hear me out, I have a TLDR here, one hot take. If people are concerned, right, if they say, oh yeah, IRL conversations are not the same as online conversations, again the big phrase "it depends" comes up, but hear me out. When you set yourself in a situation in which the large majority of society has shifted to a way of conversation online, actually most of the time, in order to keep the person talking and investing in stuff, you skip to the more impressionable stuff that I still talk to people online. So it's not this, obviously this is not the same for other people, but for myself, the way I converse is adapted from the conversations we have, like you and I have right now, Procol. So I use a lot of those topics and those things that I've learned from online speak and maintained my conversational skills IRL. Obviously, the one thing about being like sharing a room immediately and whatnot is we're self-selected to be able to speak in that way. So you basically almost forced or obligated to pass by pleasantries, right? Immediately out of the pleasantries, and then we spend all day talking. So every night, 2 to 3 hours of conversation, much like this, not too different, other than, you know, literally physically occupying the room from my perspective. But the difference here is, what I'm suggesting is conversations bridge. You learn how to communicate in many different ways, and that's how one can become prepared to communicate with other people. Whether you decide to treat it as different or not, or sufficiently different, that will be the thing that you accept as your consequence, or your limitations, or your opportunities, or what have you, you know, to a fault. And I think each time I come out, each time I go and interact with strangers, and, you know, there are conflicts of interest, schedules and whatnot, and impersonal things, or things people don't care about, talking over people, etc. That all that stuff happens in RL. the difference here, in my opinion, from my perspective, not from most people's perspective, I would say, that I've met online, is that you have more information. And here's the catch for me, in my opinion, as humbly as possible, which I mentioned before, right? This is the previous Otakon 2025 conversation. When I go out and I interact with people IRL, it's not because it gets harder, because IRL is harder or something like that. It's harder because there's more information. But because there's more information, it's actually easier to be more consistent. And then we talked about, how people can behave. They have like tics and observations. If you spend a lot of time reading text and you don't see people's faces, hear people's faces, and maybe you've never heard them or not frequently enough, that's not the same as thinking and trying to correlate and imagine what the person sounds like, what they're doing with their words. Because our long conversations, it was two people lying in bed trying to rest, right, or something, or just chill, and you hear their voices, but their voices are also the words they may type. And it's interesting how close or dissimilar, you still be able to appreciate the nuances. However, it does not restrict you from understanding those relationships when the time comes. So that's kind of like one of the fun things. I talk about people as though I know them well enough, largely because a lot of the whatever waking time we had left, we talked a lot. We played some games, shared a meal together. It was fairly quick. And I like to think that this could be a social norm, but I like to believe, excuse my hubris here, I like to believe that those who actually meet me and talk with me in IRL, most of the time I do believe them when they say not the interaction they have with me is very different from their normal interactions, IRL and online. But that's largely because I genuinely feel like people do not understand how to connect with people anymore. And they use excuses, in my opinion. They use excuses online despite having all of the technological advances for you to either imitate, learn. The idea, the excuse is disinterest. And that's acceptable, as long as you don't blame your disinterest and excuse in communication as a reason to complain about other people or things you can't control, because it is really within your control. Quite a lot of it is within your control. If you're doing nothing about it, it doesn't necessarily entitle you to complain about it. So when someone says, like, there's no way you can learn to make connections, it's like, what do you think you're learning a language for? Right? Like, do you believe in the deeper meaning and the subtextual nature of written language and spoken language and listening, music, art? Those things can be internalized and kind of bridged in a way. It's not a perfect facsimile. You're looking for ideal cases, right? If you're looking for ideal cases, then it makes everything else seem moot, a moot point. With someone without hearing their voice can be useful if you track how the words alone are received instead of the words and all the implications from how the words are said. Yeah, so you get distracted, right? So there's a maximum volume, right? So the question is, a lot of times, Procol, the thing that I often worry about when it comes to idealism is, whenever you're talking about idealism, you're talking about potential, right? You're talking about the potential of a medium. Well, what if the range of the medium on the words, like on the internet, right? Represented by the internet, and then spoken, for example, like in IRL, like maybe IRL is more predominant, but this is the potential. People talk about potential a lot, like, oh, there's a greater range of emoting and subtext and stuff. Yeah, we can talk about range, But if your operating proficiency is down here, it doesn't matter what the potential is. You haven't even maxed out your available information. So when you think of it this way, then your point that you're making about focusing is that, well, if you're trying to focus on this and you have both at the same time, what are the chances that your attention is divided? And then it cuts your potential in half, or like it hinders recognizing the potential. So oftentimes when people talk about, oh, text can't capture the full weight of your expression, it's like, well, that's true. But are you operating like it? Are you maxing it out already? Like you're saying as though you understand everything about messages and writing and emojis and gifs and memes and stuff. You speak as though you have mastered at your potential. So when you're at the max, that's when you make a comment like, oh, IRL is more complicated because it offers more things. Like, well, that's provided that you have maximized the potential of the current medium you're using. And for me, I don't think I've ever done that before. When I'm in IRL, when I interact with something, I'm seeking to learn something. And then when someone's texting to me online, I'm still seeking to learn something. It's a lifelong pursuit. Communication is a lifelong pursuit. It's not a skill you just randomly master. That's my personal bias, because I think one of the skills that I decided is very important to specialize in, as one of the couple of skills you have chance to choose, one of them is communication. And communication is written, emotional, visual, it's all those things. And because of that, I rarely even think people are able to type well in any language most of the time. Not because they can't, they don't have to, and they don't want to. So if you're choosing to be sufficient and you keep talking about maximum potential, that, in my opinion, is one of the biggest cognitive dissonance between something that's approachable and something unachievable. So people talk about maximum potential when they talk about communication and make excuses because it somehow requires some level of mastery. So because of that level of mastery is so high, you decide it's not worth your time because you might as well be okay with being a social, closed in person and be a loner and find any possible way to avoid communication. That is your choice. I hope you're happy with it. It's a different story when using that as an excuse to harm the relationship of other people and relationship with yourself and your self-esteem. If you harm your self-esteem, that is harming yourself. It is deleterious and detrimental to your own well-being, right? In another case, approachable is the idea that no matter what you're doing in terms of communication, there's still something to be looked at on there. So yes, in IRL, I think an appreciation for what IRL can offer in potential is also assuming that you're operating at a high competence in those components already. Otherwise, what are the feelings you get when you're not competent or not competent enough? The word I would use is overwhelm. You become overwhelmed because there's a lot of information that you're not familiar with. One way to reduce the overwhelm thing is know the things you know well or better so that it becomes less overwhelming. So your focus is elsewhere. You've spent a lot of time focused on people's word order, word diction, like text patterns, and you can make that bridge, right? That means that this becomes less overwhelming. So when you start talking to someone, you can focus on other things. You can focus on tracking the tenor of their voice, the speed of their voice. Find things to focus on because you're actually having high potential. You're reaching a high potential of a medium. But to me, oftentimes the overwhelming process is being overwhelmed by new information, largely because, in my opinion, the competence that they thought they had was even less than they expect. Like, can you express your ideas in writing? If you can't express your ideas in writing in your ideal situation, stacking more information and doing that expression again, IRL, that's even more overwhelming. Not only did you not practice how you evaluate and express yourself to yourself, even like go to the mirror and ask yourself, what are you going to do today? How are you going to make yourself happier and better today than tomorrow? Pick up a journal and write those things down. Those things become a bridge, right? Like, and it makes other people be able to tell you to actualize those things. Like, okay, so what did you write in your journal today? Tell that to the person you're going to meet next time. They could tell you if it's interesting or not, and that's something. But what you don't have to focus on then is telling them how your day was, or what's interesting in your day. What did you do in the day? If you go through life drifting, forgetting everything, not being meaningful about what you're doing, rarely ever recording or making anything of it, the moment you talk to someone, you have to think about all those things again. It's like, oh, no, that person's talking about their day. What did I do yesterday? So you're quickly fixated on that while that person is talking about their day. So these, in my opinion, are one of the bridges that I focus on when it comes to online interactions. If you want to be surrounded with people who care about you, who tries to relate to you, you also are required to be able to express those things so that they can know if they can relate to you or talk to you in those things. If you are not practicing it in any medium, you are not going to be able to do it in a more difficult situation. So there are relationships. And I think one of the classic, almost memeable concepts, in my opinion, nowadays online, is that somehow when you practice or take seriously your communication skills online, it has nothing to do with offline or like IRL conversations, because it's just that more complicated and dynamic. Like, but that's an excuse to do nothing about it. It's an excuse to easily write off saying, well, that doesn't matter because I'm more comfortable online. So if it helps me IRL, it doesn't really matter because I don't care about it, you know. Like, okay, that's fair enough. As long as you're happy, right? That's my final underlying tone. That's not the same as someone who comes up to you and say, well, like it must feel good to be able to talk IRL, since you like didn't grow up with all the problems I have about not being able to talk with IRL and online. It's like, I don't think so. I grew up with the very, very similar, like, granted my environment was different, but that is not because I didn't work on it. That's not because I got lucky. Like those are borderline excuses. So when you project those excuses, that's a different situation. That is warping reality. The reality is you practice. Practice. Communication skills are one of those things that unfortunately if you want patterns, behavioral patterns and stuff, I still use those, right? It very much is also bolstered by experience. So if online you lurk all the time and you don't ever say anything about yourself, never type anything, never share anything, don't create anything, always say that you're not good enough to do something, right? And then if you do something, you're always afraid other people don't say anything and you need to say something. Those are all the barriers. Those barriers do not magically go away when you talk to someone IRL. So yeah, I do practice most of that right now. That's what we're doing. IRL interactions have the added component body language, specific facial, which is something extra to learn. Yeah, which can be overwhelming. Online interactions not having that aspect may seem like one less thing to learn towards becoming master. However, it means you have to come up with a replacement. Yes. So alternatives. Hear me out. Here, like, I'll give you a great example from a channel protocol. So right now, there's a content creator, or a pair of content creators. And the whole point of their communication with their body language is that they make faces like GIFs. You know, like your memes, like your Chad face, like your, your Sigma face, right? You know, that type of thing. If you do that IRL with the pre-selected groups, like based on understanding of what they say, if you understand those things, which you should if you're expressing and exchanging ideas online, making those faces are ways to imitate what is absent in IRL that is present in online. So those faces become a form of communication. They seem awkward and out of place when you're generationally separated, but let me say this, it's not unique to that. Generational gaps are always going to be generational gaps. Cultural gaps are cultural gaps. So when you're within your peers, like for example, some people, one of the most classic examples is someone would say, well, I'm really nervous. Like, what happens if I'm nervous and I forget what to say? I'm sure if you're with your peers, the other person is thinking the same thing. Try talking about that. If you spend a lot of time making excuses, talk about those excuses with someone who likely will also have those same excuses. Right? That is what brings humans together. Empathy. And it's shocking, in my opinion, when someone asks, isn't there like a secret to becoming charismatic or secret to forming connections? Yeah, understand who you're talking to. And then you're like, but how do you do that? It always feels like I don't understand the other person. It's like, what if the other person is also saying that about themselves? Doesn't that mean you are two people who have similar place to start? Like, what is an icebreaker? I find some of this incredibly archaic and reductive when people who are in a power of position and influence to prescribe something like, oh, here's the best icebreaker. You start with talking about the weather. And I'm like, okay, yes, that's good. That's a great start. But I got one a little bit better for if you're integrated. If you think the weather really, really sucks when you interact with someone who occupies the same space, start with that. Say the weather really, really sucks. There's a high chance that other person, if matching, placing yourself in that same environment, like on an internet environment, you're self-selecting, right? You like anime, so you went to an anime convention. And when you say the weather is hot because this venue is really hot, that's probably going to be a great icebreaker. I'm not saying it's foolproof. The idea is the icebreaker is something that you probably are doing really well communicating with yourself, but not in an explicit way. So like, you know what you're thinking, you know what you're feeling. Have you tried expressing and trying to demonstrate that in any way, shape, or form? In writing, speaking, face making, looking in the mirror, telling yourself things. Like, if you have done none of these things, not even close, right? That whole like potential cap of words and learning alone, like being alone in your own head, so like your potential cap is like down here. Like your operating potential is down here. It's rarely even close to the cap. And that's where I find I feel quite a lot of disappointment. And not in the sense that I want to blame the victim. The idea is there are people who are happy with this. They're fine. But the loudest individuals I interact with are individuals who think they're up here. And then complain that they do everything possible but it's purely because of the limitations of the spoken voice or nonverbal communication or the absence of nonverbal communication. Or like when you're upset, what does your face look like? I mean, do you know? Like, have you drawn what your face look like? Have you taken a picture of yourself when you're upset? What do your face look like? And I'm not saying go online and look for an example of an angry face. I'm genuinely curious. How do you communicate? And you don't have to be in IRL to answer this question. Go to the mirror and tell me, what does your face look like? Can you even describe it to me? Like, I know what my face looks like when I'm upset. Actually, I can probably tell you some key things. And these are patterns that my friends will understand because I do them consistently, right? When am I upset? I stop talking. But it's not isolated. You can't just say, oh, he stopped talking, he must be upset. It's he stopped talking, he could be upset, among other things. And then you start stacking the cues, right? He stopped talking and his face is stoic. There's no reaction in my face. I'm looking elsewhere. Right, these are body languages. There's a chance I'm using negative language. Whatever that is. Argumentative, right? Changing the subject. Right? It keeps stacking. So you're looking for these things. And this is how you start, in my opinion, increasing your potential in things. So the question is, how often do you do that when you're reading someone's text? How often do you do that when you write text to someone else? Like, do you explain things? Like, I can tell you now, I speak and I explain things even more when I'm typing, not less. Like, so what is my preferred form of communication? It's not this. This is not my preferred form of communication. My preferred form of communication is writing. I like to write. So if you ever ask me a question, what I can do is write you a wall of text. And what's great about text is I don't necessarily have to remember what I said, because I can refer and reference what I said when I'm written. So those are the advantages of words over spoken. So when someone's having an IRL conversation, it's very difficult. I talk a lot IRL, let alone remember what I said. But if I'm writing, I write even more, because one of the benefits of writing is you have accountability for what you've written, and you can cross-reference, you can be more precise and whatnot. And also, you might be thinking, well, writing could lack body language and emotions, and ambiguity and whatnot, it's like, yes, you can also leverage that to your advantage. You can also ask someone if they're okay and let them interpret how you're asking them if they're okay. Based on their response, you can evaluate how you go about it. Ambiguity can be wielded as advantage. The idea is, how do you know how to apply and be appropriate to it? Sometimes being ambiguous and lacking subtext is advantageous, and then sometimes it's not. Writing can give you a flexibility of being ambiguous, right? Oh, do they mean you know, as in they know I know, or do they mean they're asking me a question about you know? And I tend to use that to my advantage, because if I don't explain it, it stays ambiguous. And the nice thing about that is I want to know where their headspace is. You can still do that. It's not like you can totally do that in IRL too, right? Like, and then you're wondering, well, what if your body language doesn't agree, like it's incongruous with your speaking language because you haven't done it a lot, or your writing language? Like, well, there's a learning curve to that. But when you learn that, you can also intentionally not do that. And that's where humor comes in. That's where comedy comes in. When you say something egregiously negative, but with the smiling face and using positive words, that is the dynamics of wielding more potential in your communication. It's not that you have to. You don't have to do any of this. You don't have to be a specialist in communication. The idea is, are you aware of all the opportunities that you have to improve other things? And you can do too much too. Like when I type, I have a habit of typing way too much. In fact, the crutch of speaking and using body language is keeping my brain, my hands from becoming a keyboard warrior every single second of my life. Like when I'm typing, it's egregiously like rapid. My thoughts are incredibly rapid. Sometimes it's disjointed, lots of typos, grammars are missing, grammar is missing. There's not the crutch of, or you can see as a crutch, or the advantage of, right, of body language, eye contact, shifting eyes, looking away, looking at the camera. This type of thing substitutes and can slow someone down. But slowing someone down might actually be something advantageous over time. It allows me to choose my words a lot more carefully, utilize other types of technique to create emphasis without needing to subtextually explain it. So if you understand the nature, the connection between having to explain certain things that are otherwise absent because of body language and tempo, you can elongate the emphasis and do it in a different way, right? Convey it alternatively, right? And that, in my opinion, means that when do you hit the ceiling? I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm not a I don't teach, I don't coach communication. I do spend most of my life writing to myself all the time, because the way I can manage my thoughts is to unceremoniously become a keyboard warrior to myself all the time. So if someone comes up to me and say like, you don't understand, like they just they make excuses as though like I'm different, like I'm built different, or I'm significantly like a mutant or something. It's like, oh, you say you're an introvert, but I don't see you having all the same introverted problems and whatnot. It's like, well, you have to understand the condition. I didn't choose to stream and then excuse myself for being an introverted, like introverted person. When you're streaming, there are advantages and opportunities you can use. So are you using them? If you don't, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't suffer it or you don't share the same things. Not utilizing potential and speaking about as though you do are, in my opinion, very, very apparent to someone who actually takes advantage of it. Now, hear me out. The nice thing about communication people, or people who are empathetic or public figure, is they can choose to be polite about it. They can choose to try to use that information to encourage other people. At least that's what I chosen to do. Otherwise, you could be unlucky, it's possible, to meet someone and say, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to get out more and talk about, like, there's tough love people, there's other types of responses. For myself, it is very clear to me when someone is in a different space, in different headspace. But it's not me to determine or gaslight them to saying what they should or should not do. I think the one thing that I try to mitigate the most is self-harm. Like, if I have indication that this person is constantly self-harming, like, and I'm not talking about, sometimes I'm talking about literal self-harm, but we're talking about mental self-harm here, where the solution to their discontent about their stuff is also the thing that they have to start doing, but they don't want to. Like that cycle where they say they're antisocial or they're incapable of IRL communication because they're introverted. But to be a better introverted person at communication is to do the thing that they say they can't do because they're introverted, right? So that is the stuff that I typically talk about, because I don't think that is going to be a healthy way, a sustainable way to live the rest of your life. I think that's is a negativity pit that doesn't deserve your attention. It shouldn't deserve more time. Like, your negative, like, those things are frustrating. They're horrendous. It's kind of like whenever someone says they have OCD, right? Whenever they say they have OCD, they have ADHD, they have ADD, they're introverted, and then somehow those words, those categories are used conveniently as excuses. It's not to say the validity, I'm not questioning necessarily the validity of their self-diagnoses. Oftentimes they're self-diagnosed. It's the idea of, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with it? Because there are pros and cons. There are things you can do knowing that. And yesterday, I literally had someone who tried to explain to me that they're against, or like 2 days ago, they're against a categorization that prevents them from doing something. And then they say it's not important to them. It's like, then why bring it up? Why aren't you doing anything about it? Like, a person who truly is compulsorily diagnosed and observed, that stuff sucks. It really does suck. And you don't necessarily have control over it. And the nice thing about, or the one thing that it teaches you, not nice, but the one thing that it teaches you about a truly compulsive problem, like ADHD, introversion, like if it's dysfunctional, like it's become so dysfunctional, usually I would like to think humans get a call to action, and they usually talk about the things they do about those things, not make excuses as though it's optional and that it makes them convenient to avoid things. That you don't have a choice in it. So when someone says like introversion, when people say like, oh, you're introverted, so I have to recharge, right? Like, I have to recharge my batteries because I was out all night. It's like, you don't get to choose that. You like what I mean is, maybe you have OCD, like maybe you're introverted to some degree, but the exhaustion that you're experiencing might be the very similar average exhaustion that most, if not all, people experience. when you're talking about introversion, like true introversion, it is, and obviously I'm trying to make it sound like there's like it sucks regardless. The intensity of the suck can be the reason why people are moved to do something about it. And then the presentation of the symptom is often how well they are moved to think. There's a paradox here. There's an inverse correlation here. The individuals who you think might be very well adjusted, and you might think, oh, this person's extroverted, they might actually be compulsorily even more introverted than you think. But the thing is, past a certain threshold, it is dysfunctional and not possible to operate that way. So they are moved to action, to betterment of themselves, because it sucks. Like, I still don't know if I have a problem, right? I didn't go to a physician or a psychologist or something to get diagnosed about anything. What I think is, if I'm against labeling, like for example, if someone is against labeling, my first thought is, if I don't want the diagnoses to take power over me, then my first thought is, well, I'm not dysfunctional right now. So if there are things that make me dysfunctional, whether I have a diagnosis or not, the goal is to make them less dysfunctional. And if I can't find to better myself, then I would seek a professional, which is all this stuff that I'm talking about. Seek a professional. If something is making you so dysfunctional that you are in a living cycle where the thing you have to do is also the thing you've convinced yourself you can't do, that is dysfunctional. So I've been on the brink of dysfunctional things before. The idea is, I found a solution for it. If I don't have a particular solution for it, or like a sustainable thing, I go seek professional help, right? That type of response, in my opinion, is a consequence of truly being dysfunctional from something. So whenever someone says like, I have OCD, and they don't give me any indication of management of the OCD, that to me is a low spectrum self-diagnosis, if not an erroneous self-diagnosis. Yeah, and medication usually will mess you up. That's like that's like last resort, right? You're doing last resort. So online let's see what is that? Online communication being an option could push one to become even less experienced in body language by seeking out online. That's what's happening, in my opinion. You saw a video on how the newer generation are having problems. Yes. That is one of the current narratives, right? You heard people with OCD like donuts, and you like donuts. I definitely have OCD. Yeah. So confirmation bias, right? Based on correlation. Self-diagnoses are so disrespectful with people who have compulsive disorders, especially considering how horribly disease can. Now, it's not a competition. It's not a obviously, we're trying to not make a competition about who's suffering more. All those people suffer. So the reality, in my opinion, is oftentimes when someone's pushed to the brink, they have to resort to things. And those resorting things, if you meet a successful person, you might want to ask them, what did they overcome? Because sometimes you'd be surprised, one may be humbled by the idea that last resorts, individuals who are successful overcome a lot of things. And that's kind of the message I'm trying to give here. Realizing your potential and operating on your potential are two different things. And the question is, are you operating your operating potential versus your max potential? And I think the internet has warped this idea. You are aware of your max potential. A lot of times you're thinking and talking about what ifs or what could be. you are not necessarily being able to ascertain what your operating potential is. So when someone says, oh, I lose focus all the time, right? I lose focus all the time. We can have a discussion, like right here. How many times did I change the subject? I changed the subject a lot, but they are kind of related to each other. But I'm talking about different things. So it can look very different, right? So does that mean that I can't seem to get a task done despite having multiple conversations while within a conversation while not even talking to anyone? Not necessarily. The idea is I'm trying to do something about it. You got to get people to try to do something about it. Again, I'm being very specific. I'm talking about people who are upset about the excuses that they make, not individuals who are perfectly happy and accepting and like tolerant of their compulsions and whatnot. That's a whole different story. Like, there are things I can tell you that it can be upsetting, but I'm tolerant of it. What's one? I don't like being responsible for people's health. That is a compulsion. I retreat. The moment I'm very precarious about my responsibilities. So if someone trusts me to do something, I can be compulsively burned out from doing that. I do not exercise restraint when it comes to my fear and predilection for disappointing someone that I trust or that someone trusts me with. So that is, you might be thinking, well, that's a good compulsion to have. What's wrong with that? Burnout. Like, if you haven't seen me burn out lately, it's because I haven't been in that position yet. Run myself ragged, stop making money, or stop taking care of myself. That is a compulsion. I was a yes man. I talked about this like 3 days ago. I say yes to everything, right? That was something I must learn, but I also need to know how to manage without putting myself in that position. So those are, and it's terrifying because I start losing my way. I start dumping everything for that one obligation. That's my personal vice. So I manage it in other ways. Your main reason for never being tested for mental disorders because unless there's any medication, you can't see any. Yeah, it's a last resort. To me, my thought is it's a last resort. So, because side effects as hello there, smoke. It has been a while. You've caught me in a interesting discussion that might be related to a lot of people nowadays. Yeah, your dad always told you to use medicine as a last, especially for mental health issue. Yeah, quality of life is what I want to encourage people to have. Have loved ones, friends, learn to express yourself. That's why I think communication is, however the form, like, we're not evaluating. People are like, before you start evaluating how good your communication skills is and writing it off like, oh, I'm hyper focusing on text and people don't like naturally talk in text, they like to interact IRL. Before you do that, first, in my opinion, understand where your operating potential is yet, because there is a lot to be gained despite believing you are limited in communication skills. Have you explored the nature of your comfort zone yet? Like, I understand this sounds very like on its head when someone tells me they're like a digital artist and they say like, oh, I always operate in my comfort zone. Have you even explored the potential max of your comfort zone, right? And my first thought is, when someone says that to me, like they openly say things like, oh, people just like their comfort zone and this is their comfort zone. It's like, what do you mean? There's so much depth in that comfort zone. Why didn't you mention any of that depth in that comfort zone? Like, for example, oh, lots of people are really good at texting. I'm really good at texting because I do a lot of texting. And I'm like, okay, can you demonstrate that to me, that you have explored the depth of even your comfort zone? Because when you're saying things in juxtaposition, you are suggesting that you have capped out, you have maximized your skill. And the reason why I'm saying this as well is because when you seek mastery in a skill, the depths of that skill becomes almost unfathomably deep, and that's one of the human conditions. The moment you start dealing in the depths of any particular thing, like you start reaching for that mastery, the pit gets deeper. That's one of the classic human indicators. I'm not saying everyone presents this, but that's the classic human, one of the generalized classic human indicators that they have indeed achieved a high potential max. When people stop generalizing and say, oh yeah, text messages, yeah, like it lacks this and it lacks that. Like, you didn't tell me anything that it has. You didn't tell me the ceiling of language. You didn't explain to me how the ceiling of language cannot be circumvented by the ceiling of the thing it's lacking. You didn't demonstrate that you already understand all the potentials of a medium. So assuming that something else is lacking is also demonstrating that you do not have competence in the medium that you're using, right? And for the record, I'm a communication hobbyist. The reason why I say I specialize in this skill is because I spend more time relative to all my other skills. So I'm not comparing myself with other people. I'm comparing myself, saying what are my other skills that I spend time with. I'm not a first-person shooter guy, so that skill is really low. Where is my relative in that, right? Like, is my writing skill relative to my speaking skill? That type of thing. And then when it comes to comparing with another person, large sample size, right? Or even self-selection, like do a selection process, pre-selection process before you start comparing people. And usually the more correlating self-selection factors, the likely you can make comparisons, as opposed to apples and oranges, right? And you've known people on meds? I have too. I actually still currently do. And I also am very familiar with someone who's not particularly on those type of meds, but I have a friend who is, but that's discretion. And but the thing is, there's a pro and cons to those stuff, right? As spoken before. That reminded me of a conversation with Dad years ago. You said that you think you have ADHD because you have trouble focusing. He told me to just practice and help improve your attention span. That sounds amazing. And hear me out. If you asked, I bet he would love to help you as well. Like you say, it sounds like you have a very supportive father. Like for example, if my friend come up to me and they say, I have an OCD. My first question is, what are you doing about it? And then the next question is, how can I help? That's it. Like, can I join you? Can you explain this to me? Can you include me in this? Because once you include me in this, I can be more helpful. It's not what you can't do anymore. Like if one of my friends say like, oh, I found out that I have OCD. Now I can't do this, can't do that, can't do that. It's like, okay, so what can we do about it? Let's go find something that is either a facsimile or something, or maybe even change that and say you can do that. That is, in my opinion, what creates someone who's able to manage and maybe not even show those side of them when they can kind of like choose to end, but that's usually not happen. Like the thing that I'm doing now when I'm talking excessively and yapping and reading text, that's keeping me in line. I think the less I talk about, the less I write can end up being a unmanageable problem. Yeah. As someone who is in therapy now, the discussion is very related. Yeah, I was just feeling down, so coming to hear you talking about mental health is kind of funny. That is quite a funny coincidence, Smoke. I hope you're doing well. I hope you find or you are having like indicators of progress, Smokes. Yeah, meds are devastating. It's something that obligatorily imposes. Uh, it's unpredictable. And most definitely, the goal is often to become less and less dependent, and then utilize whatever idiosyncrasies you have. Like have someone point out things you can use, right? The content creation world is so fascinating because you can use some of those things. You can even talk about your experience sometimes to use that. Obviously, it requires a level of skills that may be important to have, like discretion and whatnot. But yeah, I talk about these things day in and down. Dealing with health issues has become so polysemous. What does that mean again? Polysemous, and the definition almost being antonyms. Dealing with I think I get it from the context of that. Yeah, you've sung his praises so many times, but he is emphatically good of a person and mentor. He's your highest value in your value of hierarchy. That's fair. Medication seems disgustingly too under researched given how many and how intense. It takes time. One of the darker sides of things is it also takes trials. You know what I mean? Like one of the darker pragmatic realizations is that not only it may be too understudied and have intense side effects, it also requires samples, as in like trials. Like what I mean is, in a really privileged and grateful way, those who are taking those medications are also the people that will be contributing, or hopefully also contributing to the body of evidence and research for future posterity. Like if you think of like the most grimmest situations about experimentation and treatment and whatnot, oftentimes terminal patients, patients who have no choice, so last resorts, one of their catharsis, like one of the lasting final catharsis of patients like that, is voluntarily contributing to the body of samples for that. Speech makes you thirsty. Thanks. But that's one of the darker sides, or like the unfortunate sides of wanting that. To want adequate data, right? To want adequate data and research also involves the very thing that is making it not as prevalent, and that is human samples. And that is, in my opinion, one of the things that I will ever be gracious and gratified, and like I can't discount ever someone who is in fact involved in taking medication and also actively using that as a way to contribute, right? Like, yes, you're really, really suffering, and you're trying, like, it's hard to know these things, but if you are willing to do that, I think one of the silver linings that I would like to remind those people is that you can also make it helpful for future generations, right? And that, to me, I hope one day most patients and individuals will also remember that is also one of the biggest contributions to science. The moment when you're both at your lowest, but also you find value in being part of that, right? There's a few stories and shows and TV shows that I'm thinking of in this, but that is one of the final catharsis when it comes to people who do deal with compulsory problems and dysfunctionality, like pure total dysfunctionality. And unfortunately, there are even individuals who can't even appreciate it, aware of it, because of their dysfunctionality, like the stuff that they can't change, right? So again, this is not here to talk about who has more guilt and who has more problems. It's not a competition. I think people who suck life's up, like life's energy, right? Like just in the pits feeling sucky, that's a lose-lose. Everyone's losing. So the people who are losing, it's always a loss. It's not a competition for who's at the bottom. It's an appreciation for what they have and then trying to make it less suck, right? Constantly trying to encourage people to have life suck less, right? I don't think it's the same as someone who waves those things around like it's a convenient excuse. I think that, in my opinion, is a little bit disrespectful, right? So instead of focusing on that, I typically push harder and say, well, what can you do about it? Can you do something about it? Can you learn something from it, right? Because the last thing I want the person that is making like a wall of excuses, every time I say something, they just throw down the excuse train, is that one day maybe I can say something in which they don't have an excuse. And that would be a win. That would be a great win for me personally, as a confidence boost, if you will. But I can tell you, online it has been the tribulations are great, but I am ever grateful that I get opportunities regardless. Like I can indirectly try to nudge someone in a way, and the moment they say like, you know what, we're just gonna do this, I'm like, I'm really happy for you, because what's happy for you also means that I can be happy too. It doesn't bring me pleasure when someone is like disgruntled, unmoving. There's no righteous indignation in it. Like I really despise, in my opinion, there are a few things there's like 10 things that I really dislike. I really dislike righteous indignation at the expense of another human being. So when someone says like, oh yeah, this guy, I tried to help him, but they just made all that excuses, and then now they're like suffering for it. It's like that, good riddance, because I was right. That type of thing, among the top 10. Like, knowing that person suffers, being right only makes it worse, in my opinion. I often, the first thing I think about is, man, there are a lot of red flags here. But wouldn't it be awesome if those weren't red flags because I was mistaken? That's usually what I think about. Like, oh, just tell me. Just tell me that this person isn't going to tell me tomorrow that they didn't do anything about it. Just tell me that I'm wrong, because I prefer I win out if that person gets their life together and starts improving, because then I feel better. Because all I can think about is the sheer guilt of not being able to help. And that's why I wanted to frame around it's not a competition about people who suffers more. Because if you make a competition out of who has it worse, you will start, in my opinion, you're more likely to start thinking in that manner instead of thinking who has it less worse. Like, who's aiming to be less worse than yesterday. It's awful. A hot take, sort of. Ethics have been the biggest thing that has retarded the development of science. From a pragmatic and objective standpoint, it is one of those. It's a big conundrum. It's a paradox involved in research, right? Not that is a good thing, but as a sort of get back to those people, is knowing that using an excuse will only hinder their self-improvement. Yeah, like get it out of their heads, right? Like, in my opinion, that's for individuals, and we're specifically talking about individuals who are suffering from the awareness that they desire self-improvement. It's very different when someone is ignorant of it and they're perfectly fine. Like, they're blissful in their ignorance of their lack of desire for self-improvement. I'm not talking about those people, and I think that's a very touchy subject, right? You can't impose a will for self-improvement if that person is perfectly satisfied with their own extent of self-improvement. I'm talking about those who have a double whammy, those who know they want to self-improve, but they have a wall of excuses that they believe are to be true that hinders that self-improvement. So the person themselves will also have to be aware of their desire for self-improvement and the awareness that they are making excuses of it. Because the other side, it's way too difficult. Like, for example, how do you help a dementia patient? Like, if you think of it in the opposing way, where if you're aware that they need self-improvement, but they can't appreciate it, that's imposing will. That's like taking liberties away from them a lot of times. It can get to a sticky situation where being kind is also being manipulative, and that's a touchy subject. So specifically, I'm referring to someone who is aware or able to see that. The other topics, that is a sticky situation, and I think many people have their own thresholds. For myself, I put the bar very, very high. Life and death, abuse, neglect, physical harm. Those are the things that would like push me to intervene when, despite if they know it better or not. And it doesn't, in those situations, I always come out more damaged than going in. And what I mean by that is not permanently damaged. I mean, those situations when I get involved, there's no win for me. It's always, I'll always feel like I lost, because those are situations that are way beyond, in my opinion, what are more common situations now, which is the excuse hindering the awareness, the already existing self-awareness of wanting a better life. Like someone who knows they are bored, but they can't seem to find enough motivation to remove that boredom. And that boredom is associated with their neglect and poor health. They are aware of it. However, when someone approaches them, they have a wall of excuse that prevents them from addressing that. But they only feel bad because that's what they do, and they know that they are doing that. Those are the individuals that I'm talking about, because I feel that is far more common than the extreme cases. I'm not saying they're any less important. I think the extreme cases require people that are willing to take on damage. There's a lot of damage. Like, collateral damage is everywhere when it comes to a person who is deteriorating and doesn't know that it's happening. That stuff is really tricky, and obviously that's where professionals come in. Professionals assume those liabilities as well, which I am not a professional or a licensed I do not have protection or things that offset the damage that comes involved. So if I wedge myself into those situations, I'm completely liable. Like, what I mean is, if it destroys my life, then that's what I deserve. That's kind of the situation. So I don't usually wedge myself into that. It has to be something big. Otherwise, professional, right? You have to seek a professional. Your message came off as a lot more evil than you meant it for you. I thought it was, I think it was genuinely useful. I'm not sure if my interpretation of it was what you intended, but I tried. Your You'll enjoy someone getting karma for something like someone who uses the excuse engine, but only if they ended up changing their ways. Always best when there's a happy ending. Exactly. So like, for example, here's a karma argument that is weird. Like, say someone hates me, but if that hate for me precipitates their ability to see how much they hate themselves and then ultimately change the way they are without, like, you know, mitigating whatever damage I had, I'm willing to do that. Like, that is a win, but it's a loss for me, but it's an overall win that whatever involves me no longer involves me. You see what I mean? Like, ultimately you win because the person you become associated with no longer has that problem. So that's great. In the long run, if you're playing a game of chess, you want the person that knows you, that already involved you, right? Like, if you got involved, to succeed despite you losing. If you lose, it's a gain if that person is no longer a problem that you are associated with. I think the short term thing about, like, exercise of this can be problematic in the world of the internet, where, like, oh, this is not my problem, let's just burn the bridge very quickly. You can burn the bridge, but that person might not want to burn the bridge, and that becomes an ever associated potential future recurring problem. So, and that happens on the internet because there's traces, paper trails, all of that. So I much rather, when I choose to interlope on someone's thing, I have to know that I can assume the damages, especially the damages that will incur to my image and my mental health or even physical health. Those are the responsibilities that professionals are compensated for, right? That was the idea behind professionalism. Professionals are stating their reputation and integrity, and as well as all the liabilities and compensation for taking on and assuming that type of liability. A non-professional, the most courteous thing they can do is saying, I'm sorry, it's beyond my means and I don't necessarily want to become associated with it. You're technically burning bridges still, but the idea is when you become involved and then you choose to burn the bridge, that bridge is burned one way, but that doesn't mean the other person won't come back, right? Like, so that's and when you have people who are desperate, damaged, or they believe they're damaged, desperate, in a bind, that is incredibly vitriolic, right? Like, it's a volatile situation, and not only do you burning the bridge will escalate it, it might actually come back in a point where, if you're not a professional person who have safeguards and protection and ability to assume responsibility, that will destroy you. Then you have two people destroyed, not just one person, right? And then all the people who are destroyed by that one person, all the other people who are related to that one person is also destroyed. And then the other person who took the responsibility and liability, that spreads more negativity, right? They're destroyed, and then everyone they affect is destroyed. So it's a lose-lose. It's like a catastrophic loss. So oftentimes when I ask people, you like helping people, right? The question is, are you willing to take the responsibility? Because being able to help or being available to help isn't the same as being able to help. Being able to help also means that you are able to assume the liabilities of the fallout of those things. And I don't necessarily think this is taken seriously enough most of the time. People throw around advice that leads cyclic behavior that practically obliterates the odds of doing things. And they take no responsibility because they're just being nice, right? They're being kind. And it's more so on the internet because like it's hard to like run away and do things on IRL. So that's kind of one of those stopgaps. You're good at not making excuses, but that can trick oneself into believing they're in better position when overcoming their problems than they are. Yeah, that would be the opposite. That would be a cynical way of looking at a silver lining, Brokaw. That's like taking a good thing and looking at the worst thing, and that's perfectly fine. The counter argument to that is, if you're good at not making excuses, you might actually end up being in a better position than you actually think you are. That would be the opposite. So you could also make an argument in that when you are good at not making excuses, you might be better off than realizing that they're overcoming you might be in a worse position than you really are. Because in no way is one person sufficient at doing that. But the odds are that if you're good at not making excuses, you are more likely to be in a better position than being good at making excuses. That is probably a more reasonable comparison, because the opposite can happen. Being in a better position than you actually think you are. And a lot of times people who don't make excuses, they often think they're in a worse position than they really are. Cue my like 3 or 4 hour digression about imposter syndrome. Sorry, have I talked to you personally about mental health? I was mentioning it just as part of the convo. I didn't want it to come across as me asking for help. Oh no. No. That's perfectly fine. Like you're fine. The things I'm talking about, it will become very evident. I haven't really behaved in that way. Most of the time I tell people that this is going to happen. Like I tell people that this is what, like I explicitly say these things. So if there was any doubt, there shouldn't be doubt. Like what I mean is, if you're ever concerned that there's a problem going on, that's when I remove all doubt. I do not make guesses and subtexts and beat around the bush if there's a problem. So at least that's the agreement I have with myself. Now that doesn't mean that I'm omnipotent about my own faculties. So I do rely on other people who I know personally to see these things. So if I have a problem that I don't recognize, I like to think that I have a network, right? I don't think I did ask or hint at asking you for advice, but I just wanted to check. Yeah, okay. I don't view it as replacing a good thing with a bad thing, but rather those things being steps for improvement. Yeah, the making excuse thing. Yes. Sometimes when you talk about people doing this or that, I sometimes worry that it's your attempt to give me a hint about something. Oh no. I like to I'm sorry, I should make this clear. When I talk about people, I'm talking about statistical averages. Whenever I mention people, it's some like nebulous term. When I talk about someone, I will try to describe that someone discreetly without mentioning their name, right? To preserve their identities. But I would use anecdotes when I say, like, in my opinion, or this is my and when I say people, I don't want it to sound personal. That was the whole attempt. It is functionally very specifically used to not be specific. So because I'm not a professional, so I'm not necessarily bound by confidentiality, but I do have a professional integrity to not like publicly liberally take advantage of what people share with me. They have to be meaningful. I can say, hear me out, this might not sound as great. I'm okay with using my stories, the stories that I have, my life, jokingly and in a non-serious way. And you can argue, well, it could be fun to other people. Generally, the information that I'm ever given by someone else, I don't ever joke about them. Like, if I'm mentioning you or someone indirectly or something relatable, it's largely because those things are important. Like, they are in a serious nature. I only typically joke and poke fun at myself or together with the person. So when I mention people and it might be relatable, there is a chance. There's a chance, but hints are not what I do with serious things. If it's a serious thing, you're probably just gonna get a direct message. Like, there's no beating around the bush. I don't take the stuff lightly. Like, playing games is how I feel about that. When, like, people start talking about, like, I'm saying people again, right? Like, in general, like, for example, when you try to get subtly, subtextually emphasize someone's message, right, through some things, I think it's reserved for when it's very obvious. I know this sounds like it doesn't answer the question. It probably doesn't. I like to think that I'm being very obvious without being obvious. Like, Procol, if you have a suspicion, like if you're saying like, he could be referring to me, then no. The answer is no. The answer is no. If one day we get to know each other really well, there's a chance that I could say something like indirectly, but you would know it's obviously you. That's it. Like, when I get to know people, I don't take the Japanese, like, I don't take like the Asian non-verbal communication route. I full-heartedly go and make it very obvious. So the one thing I suck at, though, I would say, here's a personal admission, the one thing I suck at is sometimes telling people that I disagree with them. That's probably the worst. I think subtextually that's one of the things that I don't like being direct about. So if it's of that nature, then I concede. If you think that I might be disagreeing with you and you're not sure if I'm disagreeing with you, that's probably one of the more common things that will come up, and I don't think that feeling ever changes. Is that an excuse for not being better at it? Not really. I try. I try to, like, know how to be obvious to someone, like, I'm disagreeing with you, but I want to be polite about it. That type of thing, I think that would be the time when you have to be worried. If I'm talking about, like, health and people's stories, you'll know when I'm talking about you, and you'll know when I'm not talking about you. So if you ever have suspicions, like, that sounds like that's probably a coincidence. It's largely probably a coincidence. When you talk about these things, I focus on the thing that is collectively what I think is normal or, like, very common. So if you feel that I might be talking about you, even though I'm talking about, like, a general trend, I'm gonna make a joke, but this is at your expense, Procol. I'm sorry in advance. You're normal. Like, normal in an abnormal way. You're statistically, it means there are a lot of people you might be able to relate to, which is what I would look at it that way. That's how I would relate it. You're a normie in a closed off way, in, like, a microcosmic way. Like, in a microcosm of people who have certain characteristics that line up, it means that I believe there are many people you can interact with that can share those things. If it's a coincidence, like for example, if anything I describe now when I talk about buffer zones, time management and stuff, if that kind of sounds like I'm talking about you, what I'm implying is that I see this very often, and it would be really good, it would be really insinuating or subtextual that I'm encouraging people, you should share this with each other. Because I observe these things, but if I don't have these problems, it's very difficult. I can tell you what it's different, but I can't tell you what's the same. So raising awareness is probably the phrase, the catch-all phrase for this. The moment you raise awareness, you can enable someone to know that that awareness can allow them to be aware of other people. I was talking about King of the Hill earlier today, but that's a different story. But we're talking, and there's a specifically talk about aware adults. This is not to be misconstrued as any age. It has to be age appropriate. So self-awareness comes with age a lot of times and life experiences. So we're not talking about kids. Like if you're having a 13-year-old who's saying this, it's like, oh, I should go and relate to my limited life experience and my limited life experience with solutions. That's not age appropriate. So we have to keep in mind that the stuff I'm talking about when you say, oh, this person sees a lot of this, I should relate to them. Adults, people who have a reasonable level of self-awareness. If you're a kid, if you're young and you're inexperienced and you're still saying, I think he's kind of talking to me, your parents, friends, professionals, because we have to keep in mind self-awareness and actualizing that self-awareness is very dependent, and it correlates really wildly with someone's lifespan. Like the younger you are, the lower chance that you're going to actually have the self-awareness, right? With every passing year, exponential amount of things can happen to a young person. So we're talking more about adults, right? Adults that have self-awareness. And hey, is this guy really talking about me? It's like, where can you see these people? It's like, hey, if you want to know, I can attempt to point you in a direction and say, hey, you should check out these people because I think you can make a great friend there. A great friend that is self-aware, that can relate to you, that I can't. And I think that's the best thing a friend can do, or an acquaintance or a stranger can do. Point you in a direction where you can have people who you are able to express and talk about these things and exchange, things, like kind of a matchmaker, but not in the romantic sense, more like a platonic matchmaker, right? If you're excellent at communication, you like human resources, you like interacting with humans, what is a great way to apply your ability? Bring people together, right? You see something, these are obvious patterns. It might not be obvious to the people that are being observed, but if you bring them together, they can make magic together, right? That's what a manager does. At least you hope that's what a workplace manager does. You handle the employees, right? You move them around, and you hope that the way you reorganize the management, you maximize their synergy and mitigate their dissonance, something like that. Thank you. I think there may have been at least one time where you're very obviously indicating telling me something. Oh, okay. Your ego has a terrible time accepting that I'm not really that special, but hear me out. This might not be it might not come off as a constellation. I oftentimes think that if I let my ego win, it also means that I have less and less people to relate to or attempt to relate to. If my ego wins, I spend less and less time relating to other people. right? So there is a bright side of things. If your ego wins, more self-esteem, right? You're like, all right, go tackle the world. If your ego has to give, that means that there are more people that you can find interest in. Because largely, when you're less special, it also means that there are more people like you. If you're super ego, if you have a super ego, then that's a lonely place. It's a very lonely place. The special, it's one of, in my opinion, it's a paradox of the human. It's a poetic human condition problem. The more special and awesome you are, the lonelier you become. Oftentimes. So looking at the glass half full in both situations can often be a little bit brighter than looking at the glass half empty in both situations. Do you think it's possible to completely rid of your ego of believing you're the main character? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's like saying, in my opinion, that's very similar to saying, can you go through life without ever having to care about yourself? Maybe there's someone out there who is a living example of it. I would love to hear a living example of it. For myself, it destroyed me. In fact, whenever I think about like imposter syndrome, that's losing ego. Like obviously we're using like Freudian terms, but we're like using neo-Freudian terms, not like how Freud depicted, but more like if you always think you're not good enough, that's losing ego. So if you completely rid yourself of ego, you also lose the satisfaction and become completely dependent on other people. It's kind of humorous because when we're talking about completely ridding our ego, what is a symptom of that you might be able to pick out? Most of the internet generation. In fact, a little ego would help them with their self-esteem. Right? But the irony here is there's cherry picking. I'm cherry picking an example. On the one hand, the internet is trying to make you feel like you're the MC, right? Right? On the internet, everything is to your liking, right? You're doing this, you're looking at it. It's like, oh, I'm the main character. The internet targets me. It's all individualized. Yes. So at the same time, you can have the glass half empty both ways. You can have the ego to make all the excuses of not following advice from anyone else. That's echo chamber, as in you become blind to everyone else who have a different value because your ego has been inflated to the point where you only see what you want to see, right? So there's a mechanical barrier to being humble. There's a mechanical barrier to having a wider view. And at the same time, the very solution to create self-esteem is protected by the thing that was supposed to provide the self-esteem in the first place. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think the internet, it's not intentional. I think this is a coincidence. It's a massive coincidence. Then doing a lot of psychedelics will smash the glass altogether. Yeah, exactly. A change in environment or change in cognition will smash pretty much everything, will fall apart. And like maybe you'll be built back together differently. It's wild. Like, so this is crazy. Like, think about, sorry, you just mentioned that because I learned about something called ego death. Oh yeah, I see. I'm not familiar with the exact concept, but I'm familiar with the concept of removing, like, trying to adjust selfishness. Like, is there like all or nones, right? All or none questions happen a lot. And without, like, ego produces that, but on the internet, it's vicious. Like, what I mean by vicious is I don't think it's coming from anyone. It's coincidentally vicious. Let's just say it's happenstance. I don't want to be too demonizing. the ego is protected by targeted marketing, by targeted programming, right? So the ego can't be challenged, right? The ego can't be challenged. That also means that the ego also becomes fragile, right? If the ego doesn't get challenged, then you don't practice defense. And without ego challenges, you do not diversify, right? But the thing is, with strong ego and strong targeted programming, that fragility, when challenged, can become a problem. But what's often the solution to that problem? The defense that is lacking already. Isn't it? Like, it's unfortunate. I in my opinion, this is very reductive. But the thing is, the symptoms are being protected from like, the solution to the symptoms is what like perpetuates the symptom already. So it's kind of in a really weird place. Like, most of the time, customers and people online, they should not be discontent, right? Marketed targeting is a way to remove all discontent, right? But at the same time, it also means it's void of all challenges. And then because of all challenges, then whatever you're targeted is going to be the thing that defines what you are. So how would you diversify when the thing doesn't work anymore? Like, if it stops working, right? You need to challenge it. But the problem here is, when you're young and you might be limited, like in life experience, challenging it means you will have an ego that will fight back. But it's fighting back due to its fragility in how limited it is, not necessarily because you're diverse, right? Like, you have limited ways to fight back. So when the ego gets too reinforced, the solution is to break it, which is awful in my opinion, because when you shatter someone's ego, like completely deconstruct it, it's hard to know if, and I'm guessing that maybe ego death is related to that, like a phenomenon called ego death. But oftentimes when you shatter someone's ego all at once, it will take a lifetime to build it back up. The ego that I was talking about, the example, the antidote, that's not coming from this situation. A lack of ego, anecdotal, so I'm gonna share a personal experience. A lack of ego means that people step over you. They step on you. They take advantage of you. You do not stick out. You never put yourself first. So there's a complete lack of self-preservation. And I don't think that's natural. It's not, like, what I mean is, I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think it's humanly possible. Unless you're somehow incredibly lucky. This is outlier. Like, I can give you an outlier example where if you're incredibly extraordinary, then you hope that everyone else panders to your ego and keep you bolstered, right? But that person is as fragile as the ego is preventing people from challenging you. So, like, if you're a super smart kid, you're probably and you're been discovered, right? You're being discovered because there's no self-preservation. Sometimes super smart people don't pay attention to their ego. They pay attention to other things. So they don't have an act of self-preservation. They have their drive from their intelligence. So what do, you covet them like national treasures. The downside is all the other skills that they don't have, which they don't necessarily have to have, makes them fragile. But it can work out, is what I'm saying. It can work out. The thing that I'm talking about now is how often does it work out? well, it's a rare case that you have a genius. It's even rarer when that genius is not fragile, right? Because of like the exchange of undeveloped skills in the exchange of that personal focus. Human condition is weird. You want the cake and eat it. Obviously, if there is a utopia, you want the cake and eat it. In fact, you want the cake and eat it and acquire all the skills without actually even making it. Would that even apply in a weird way with targeted ads? Yes. Targeted ads mean that when you get targeted, you will only be convinced of the things that you buy, and those things that you buy will genuinely be more favorable than the things that you have to consider when they're contentiously presented. So like, hear me out. I have this narrative. I'm not sure if it's true. It would be kind of fun to mine this. How often have you seen the increase or the decline? In my opinion, the personal narrative is targeted ads no longer make comparative statements anymore. They make relational statements to you. So ads that are targeted, right? They're telling you what you want. They're not telling you what they're compared to. There used to be a time when, in my opinion, comparative and contrast ads are more proliferative. Like, hey, don't settle for a 3.6 APR like all the other. Like, there's still ads that do this. I don't know if you have one in UK, but Geico commercials, like, save 40% on car insurance compared to the other things. They still, some of those ones, they do quite well. Actually, their clientele actually do quite well. But the targeted ads, they no longer do that. What they tell you is what you want. So they don't have to tell you about the competition anymore. They don't have to downplay that they have to compare to something. They can just tell you over and over again that their product is great with no relatives, no standards. You know, I'm not going to name products, but buy our nutritional blend. It does all these things. End of ad. And my first thought is, all these things compared to what? Like, what are you comparing it to? Like, what am I buying? It's not standardized. Where's my standards? I don't understand. What do you mean by better? Better than what? Are you saying, like, if I don't eat this, it's better than nothing? Like, if it's better than nothing, what's the point of buying it? Everything's better than nothing. Or some things are maybe possibly worse than nothing, but what happened? So that's what targeted ads get me to feel. When someone says, like, oh yeah, this is the best game ever with all the unprecedented features that you love and like, and I'm like, okay, but as opposed to what? Like, do you have a game to compare to? Like, do you even know what the game, like, what is your data based on? Like, ads don't even tell you what is it that they think you like. So they're targeted ads, but they don't inform you about what you like. They're assuming based on your patterns, but what is it that they're assuming? Like, for example, it's so literal now. You look up shoes, right? You look up a specific brand of shoes, and then you click on a different web page, and it's that exact brand of shoes you're looking for and something really, really close to it. I'm like, okay, but are you gonna show me an ad about what my alternatives are? Like, not like super similar stuff. I'm talking about, like, it enrich me. Tell me what is an alternative approach. But it's not that anymore, because targeted ads also, in my opinion, led to saturation of the same in business. So the products now are not only not diverse, they don't need to be diverse anymore. They just need to be a little bit different and a little bit better. And they don't have to tell you that it's a little bit better. They just need to tell you what it is with no reference at all. Like, hey, iPhone, this is the best iPhone ever. Compared to what? The last iPhone? Probably. Like, this is the most powerful iPhone ever. And I'm like, okay. That means it's the new iPhone. You're saying it's the new iPhone, right? I mean, I would be a little worried when you say this iPhone is not as powerful as last year's iPhone. I think that's a little bit more concerning. But what are my alternatives? You remember the days of Google, like Android and iOS ads where they try to punch each other and try to one up each other, and then it caused them to explode and like innovate aggressively. Well, if businesses don't compete directly with each other, they make more money. In my opinion, they don't have to spend so much money countering each other, right? Less friction, less competitive. Targeted ads circumvent that. Commercialization of echo chambers, exactly. Like non-competitive practices, right? You might be thinking, oh man, anti-competitive practices, that's pretty cool, right? That's a great concept, right? That's a great concept, anti-competitive practices, because there was competition. In my opinion, there was competition, so anti-competitive practices seem very lucrative. Nowadays, it's mostly non-competitive practices. Instead of having to waste money competing with each other, let's find as many sources of non-competitive practices. Let's patent all our things. Let's own all of our intellectual property so that it's a non-compete. Like, oh, hey, we got this. You can carve out yours over there. Like, I think our game, this concept, this belongs to us now. So now we're just gonna keep making these, and then we don't have to fight you. You can go and make your own IP patent and stuff. And then now we're just gonna harmoniously target ads and explain to the consumer that this is what their product does. It's so, like, again, I don't have firm statistics and mining for these types of patterns, but I'm pretty sure competitive ads are diminished. They are very rarely in existence. Now hear me out. How is this even important or informative? I typically like trusting products and trusting services. Not to say that it's foolproof. I like it when people serve me an ad that shows what their competition is doing and how they are doing it. Because in my opinion, that to me tells me that they are willing to let that sink into their consumer because they are that confident in their product. So the ones that are kind of winning right now, like in a second wave kind of situation, are individuals who can stick by their competitions. Like what they would say is like, oh, okay, instead of saying this is the best ANC ever in an earbud, they would cite who they're comparing themselves to. They would even take on their main competitors. And that used to be a thing. That used to be what ads, in my opinion, that's what ads, a lot of the ads do. The most aggressive, large scale competitive businesses do. But it costs them a lot of money. That's like a lot of money. Like it takes a lot of, HR, human resources, research to do that. You don't have to, in my opinion, do that if you're gonna say, you're gonna paint yourself the hero and say, we're gonna make an environment, a metaverse that targets everything to your preference. Then you'll never know what is good or bad anymore. You will only know what you want. But the problem is it can be anything that they want it to be. You lose agency of your choice. And the younger you are, the more and more consistently successful it is. If you start young, then you no longer have the capacity to develop, not no longer have the capacity, I misspoke. You no longer have the opportunity to develop self-awareness and agency over your choice. And that's where we come to the present day. And that's where the world is starting to think about when it's too young, when it's too much exposure, when is diversity hampered so hard that you no longer can solve problems or make decisions out of self-awareness. You make decisions based on prescription, targeted ads. That's one of the symptoms anyways. Being a nice and generous person has similarities with having a low ego. That can be confusing. Yes. And not corollary, right? We have to make clear that what I'm saying is it's not corollary. Like, it's not causal corollary. It's coincidental. There are parallelisms of someone who prioritize secondarily themselves, or have a tendency of prioritizing themselves secondarily, with a not chronically low ego. It's more the momentary days that they do it can reflect someone who have a low ego in those situations, right? So the act of generosity is correlating with ego, but we're talking about the act of generosity. Someone can be egotistical about their self-esteem while being lacking in ego when they're talking about helping another person, right? We're like, it's not a blanketed statement. We require the idea that I'm talking about a specific cherry-picked aspect of a person's actions, like the willingness to help someone can be seen as a association with the self-preservation, the balance between self-preservation and open generosity, right? And that goes with true altruism. I think some people have one time argued and accused me of painting myself as a saint, and I'm like, that is pretty asinine to think that, at least in my opinion, that I hope I don't give people the impression that I'm a saint, because I don't actually believe that true altruism can coexist with someone who have needs. So if you're a human being who have needs, food, shelter, love, friends, family, goals, aspiration, like desires, those type of desires too. You know what your desires are. If you have those things, the idea of saying that you're a saint is weird. Like, I'm streaming and someone says, oh yeah, there's no way you're just streaming for fun. Of course you care about the views. It's like, yeah, of course I care about the views. What do you, like, the idea is how much of it, like what is the balance? Like, what is your distribution of your care? Like, am I so fragile that views mean everything? Right? It's the extent. No one's free of something. Like, you're not free of self-preservation. If you're free of self-preservation, in my opinion, in reality, what does that look like? I'm not even sure those people are here with us. I would love to say that I'm wrong in the sense that a life of not caring about yourself and taking pride in your own work somehow leads to, like, yeah, they're probably, like, if I have to be super dark about this, they probably either are dead or they didn't live very long. Because it would be super tough to convince a human being like that to want to love themselves, to, like, want to do something for themselves. I don't even know if they have a will to live. Like, what I mean is, I can't even think about, like, just thinking about the idea of getting up and saying, I want to live because it's fun. I don't know what happens when you lose ego. Like, how does that process? Like, how does that work? That's almost like sociopathic, right? Instead of outwardly, yeah, instead of inwardly, it's like you have no abandon for your own self. Like, so do you just lose the will to live, or you lose the will to live unless someone is dependent on you, right? But that means that the moment anyone disappears from your obligations, you are saddened. And I can imagine there's an extent of it. There are individuals who experience hyper empathy, right? They're incredibly dependent. But they jump from dependency to dependency because the people that you're going to interact with are a mix, right? They're both independent and dependent, like a mix, right? I go to sleep because I need to sleep. When someone is void of ego, they sleep when other people sleep. Imagine growing up on the internet. That will absolutely destroy you immediately. That's like taking what we're trying to prevent, what people are trying to prevent online right now, which is making your whole worth as a human being dependent on other people's opinions, but being born that way, compulsorily being born that way, that everything you do is dependent on the affirmation of other people. That's absurd, in my opinion. That's scary. I think that's a really terrible life, if I had to be selfish about it. Right? You got an ad on Instagram that said, James, buy this. That was horrible, and the lack of privacy is the biggest problem for you. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I don't know why I found that really funny. And it's like a laughter, uncontrollable, scary, funny, all at the same time. And yet still the other consequences of targeted ads have this many problems. Yeah. You know, Pepsi and Coke, non-competitive. Car brands, yep, non-competitive practices. But you doubt anyone like that has ever existed. Yeah, I really don't. They probably died a long time ago, and it haven't weaved out. Have you ever watched the show Sense8? Just for the record, guys, it's gonna be pretty obvious. I'm not gonna do my Inktober prompt after this. It's gonna be a back shelf. We're not drawing today. I've already delegated that because I haven't started my HanziHero session yet. But you doubt anyone like no one's brain would have to be so severely damaged for one to have no self-preservation. I'm not sure if there's a let me see if there's genetic mutation. Genetic mutation for self-preservation. Is there like a polygenic? Is there are no single cell? Yeah, I already know that. Heck, in Gemini, I'm talking about a phenotype. Is there a phenotype for lack of self-preservation? No, we have a toxicity. We have a toxicity mutation for toxins, right? Various toxins. Another protective gene. Another protective gene. Okay, we have structural abnormalities. Appetite. Yeah, lack of appetite. Okay, that can... I can see why they put that. Fear. Ooh, removing fear. That's interesting. That's another way to think about lack of self-preservation. A lack of fear. So you start doing reckless behavior, which is a lack of self-preservation too. And then autophagy. Okay. So not that, at least Gemini did not list Gemini is not saying something obvious like, oh yeah, there's a person, there is recorded that someone had like a combinatorial polygenic disposition where their brain functions well, right? Like it's perfectly developmentally normal, right? Or functional, and they have like just a severe deficiency and a lack of self-preservation. One of the mutations is pretty good though. There's a mutation that apparently dampens fear, which like phobias and whatnot. So that's an interesting angle to tackle the lack of self-preservation, but it's not related. You know, this is not related to our conditional case of being generous, the perception of being generous, taking and giving. It didn't say anything about that, but fear is scary. Fear is pretty scary. Like, imagine having no inhibitions of knowing what danger is. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure there was a case study. There was probably a case study for someone who had a very dampened experience with fear, and they would have to, you know, be guided foreseeably for the rest of their life in order to not be a danger to themselves and others. Possibly, I'm not sure. Because if the person's cognitively aware, they can connect principles still, despite having the absence of fear. It's a component of intuition, but not necessarily a component of competency. You haven't watched Sense8? Oh, you haven't watched. Oh, Sense8. Yeah, Sense8 is the name of the show. Oh, if you want an exercise, Sense8. It's from the writers of The Matrix. What are their names? The sisters. They had a Netflix show called Sense8, and that Wachowski, the Wachowski sisters. They talk about like what happens if like empathy was telepathic. Like telepathic empathy by genetics, by birth. And there's a very real world, there's a very like cruel thing that deals with like they're probably dead, or they would probably die quite quickly in a world dominated by selective empathy. It's a very sobering thought in a science fiction show. I really liked it. Also, what do you have time to left in terms of study? I have 2 hours. This is going to take 2 hours. So the cutoff is coming up soon. We have to... Phineas Gage couldn't feel fear after he got a metal tube through his head. Oh. Why does that sound familiar? Have I seen a picture of this person? Oh, no, I haven't. No. That's an interesting thing. I'll read about it later. Yeah, it would be terrifying if you had that. Like, so hear me out. So that means that person has to conceptually understand that, like for example, fast. You're going fast, right? For example, going fast. So they would have to construct the idea that if they see a number, for example, like an indicator of speed, they have to like literally consciously construct that this can be dangerous, right? Instead of thinking of it in this way, it's like, oh man, okay, all right, I'm not feeling so sure about this, right? So most of the fear constructs, they would have to like learn it like a kind of like a language situation where like they would have to spend an excess amount of their time literally, or I guess figuratively, constructing the relationships between them. It's kind of like when someone lacks empathy, or like is significantly dampened in empathy, they have to instead learn how to almost like act in that way. Like the reason why I'm bringing this example up is because I often wondered when I was a kid if I had a lack in empathy. Like the idea is am I just an unfeeling person? And what I do is I typically just pretend, right? Like, I know when to laugh when people make jokes. I know when to smile when you need to smile, that kind of situation. But really, in my opinion, it was not because I'm like developmentally challenged or something like that. It was more that I grew up in an environment that I can't associate with. There was not a lot of associations, right? So that's kind of one of those childhood stuff. If you have no form of association or belonging, you have trouble forming your identity, like a lot of identity things early, and empathy is one of them. Fear can be that too, where you can like kind of construct the relationships, but the thing is you no longer feel those things. So oftentimes before, I still do this, by the way. I don't know if people notice this or not, you know, on stream, but I still reflexively do this a lot. I laugh sometimes when I'm speechless, or I laugh, I like chuckle, but it's not funny. Like, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm practicing understanding how to diffuse certain things. So when I'm speechless, like I'm trying to like, oh man, that is, wow, like then I would laugh. So those are like your like learned patterns, right? But they can be misconstrued. And I've done this for some time. So whenever someone cracks a joke, it's more like observing the person telling a joke. Like you know they're telling a joke. So the obvious thing to do is to laugh when they're done telling the joke, whether you think it's funny or not. And that, to me, at an early age, is different from an adult who's choosing to be polite. If you know what I mean. I'm not sure if anyone can relate, but that's also very similar to the internet generation where they can't read faces, right? Like, and then they can't project faces. Like, I do have firsthand experience with this when I'm talking to someone. Like sometimes, like I look at the person, and I as a kid, I had this said about me all the time. You know, when I'm thinking, someone says like, "Are you upset?" I'm like, "No, I'm not upset. I'm just thinking." Right? And the idea is that you didn't see an example of what a thinking face is, like what the social norm is for thinking face. But the problem is there's also an inherent, or not the problem, but the difference is sometimes there's an inherent intuitive thing. Like there's an intuition as well. But I don't know how much of that is genetic. Like there's often an intuition, and there's also learned behavior, and it's tough, obviously, the nature versus nurture thing. Most of the time early in my life, I had one face, and that one face is everything. So in my context, I basically get asked if they know I'm upset, that's all they know. And now the word upset is not really the face that I usually have. It's not upset. It's often, like in the modern age, it's often associated with being stoic. So when you're stoic, you tend to look stern. Right? Like you're always looking like you're stern, as in a bit serious. So whenever you're thinking, you simply like, it looks like you're looking through things at a distance, and you make no face. Like, there was a time when someone said, as my personal anecdote, when I was like 15 or 16, "Man, you must be really good at poker because you have a wonderful poker face." I'm like, what is a poker face? Like, what, like, how do you know what a poker face is? It's like, oh, you know, like, the face where you don't give anything away. It's like, I don't know what that means. Like, what am I not giving away in my face? Like, I don't understand. That was around when I was 16. And then when I was 23 to 24, you know, like, okay, maybe like 21 is the earliest example I can think of, a very specific example. Someone said that my face is really animated. Like I talk with my face, like I think with my face. Like it's very apparent when I'm doing something, I make a face on it. So that's what happens when you start like interacting with people and learning stuff, and turns out that the whole I'm gonna call you out on this. That's when I found out that I'm really normal. And you know what? My ego didn't get shocked from it. My ego got boosted from it. Like it was nice to know that I'm normal. Like I could do things. Like I could tell people that I'm happy without having to say I'm happy. Like I can laugh. I can comfort someone by just looking at them. I can comfort them by looking into their eyes. That is one of the things that I felt that was completely missing in the first like 18 years of my life. I wasn't even sure if I was happy. Like that's kind of it goes back to that whole genetics thing, right? Like I'm not even sure if I'm happy most of the time. When I'm playing video games, I'm not actually sure I'm happy about playing video games. I knew I played lots of video games. Like I played a lot of video games. I know I learned a lot from video games. I learned how to win, how to be successful in video games. I couldn't really tell if I enjoyed video games, or I liked or had fun with video games. What does this sound like? I kid you not, I think this sounds like young adults today who are compulsively online. They, in my opinion, I'm kind of making them into a victim, but in my opinion, they still have all the capacity to do this, but not the opportunities to test these things. You don't have to ever feel sadness if everything is being told to you is what you want. So how do you deal with sadness and boredom when it happens? Or how do you navigate it? How do you know you're even bored? It's difficult for me. Like, this one is a little bit confusing, but hear me out. Someone says they have no time. They have school, they have to eat, they have clubs, they work, they have many skills that they're working on, and then the next sentence that come out of their mouth is they're bored. And my first thought is, help me understand what you mean by bored. Because I heard you have so many things to do that you feel you have no time, and then the next sentence comes out is you're bored. I need to understand this, right? Because I can't see that as boredom. It's hard for me to see someone who just listed a bunch of things and they're anxious about running out of time, and then they say they're bored. So that was me back then, where when someone says, hey, did you like it? And I'm like, yeah, I liked it. But you don't look like you like it. I'm like, what do you mean I don't look like I like it? Isn't this like I had to explain myself all the time. Like someone would say, you don't look so excited. I'm like, well, I am excited. But my face didn't say I'm excited. Like that's how I relate, in my opinion, to when I was younger. I just coincidentally are like the internet, the Gen Z kids today when it comes to communication, like in target language. Like, for example, when you're speaking Japanese and you're speaking Chinese, there are specific face motions that happen, right? When my parents speak Chinese, a specific like native speak, like a lot of times people talk about native speak, they have certain inflections, certain mouth animations, like certain context things. Those are the quote-unquote natural states, right? The native states of things. It's lacking empathy and fear and stuff, it's kind of like learning a language, but remove the context of the humanistic part. And I can kind of appreciate, I'm trying to correlate this back to language learning, because language is part of communication. Your face is nonverbal communication. So oftentimes the reason why I say, okay, the earliest 19, I think I was 19. I use this example all the time. I heard from one of my best friends today that my academic advisor noticed that I smiled more after the first year of college. And he told my best friend, who are my new friends, that he observed this. And that was the first time. But it was told to me like a year later. So I was like maybe 20 or something. And that, in my opinion, was how I knew that I might be normal after all. Or at least I'm not void of joy, right? And hear me out. Hear me out. The first year and a half, I wasn't miserable. Like, what I mean is, I like, it wasn't like particularly bad. I still felt emotions. I just didn't express them properly. So I often thought maybe, I started thinking to myself, maybe my academic advisor might have the, I always wondered, I never asked him, like, did he think I'm upset most of the time? Like, I had so many thoughts after those situations where, I don't know, does that mean like the first, hear me out. Did the first 18 years of my life, because I appear a certain way, but I'm also confused in a certain way, did that change all the opportunities, all the potential outcomes and interactions that I had? Did that greatly affect how people interacted with me? And that's what the question I asked me today. Every single day when I talk to a stranger, when someone says they have trouble making friends, they have trouble speaking, they have trouble expressing things, why are all my friends liars, and why do they always bail on me and ghost me? Why do everyone I know lie and are untrustworthy? The question is, how much of that is associated with someone's inability to communicate values and express values and also appear in a certain way, right? If you're constantly walking around saying you have a good poker face, who are you going to be associating with? Who is going to find you more approachable? Probably other people with poker faces. What type of personality is associated with someone who has very strong poker faces? Probably some people who might have a little, likely, not everyone, likely have a problem empathizing. So was my loneliness and my inability the problem or the cause of my inability to form an identity? Well, it's all of the above, because I was born into an environment in which people can't culturally interact with me in the first place, right? So in some way, I don't have anyone to blame other than life happens. It's kind of a cop-out situation, but you know, good that you touched upon boredom. We are so overstimulated that we're no longer allowed ourselves to be bored. Yeah, you can't be bored. Without boredom, there's no seeking for stimuli. There's no self-reflection. In my opinion, there's very minimal time for self-reflection. In fact, you can do this with language learning. You can do this language learning very, very easily. Duolingo. Sorry, Duolingo. But it's Duolingo's successes are also its double edge. You are so bored, or you are so overstimulated that you have not been bored enough to ask yourself, what have you learned? Have you consolidated? Are you finding value in the thing? And then without those like periodic checks and whatnot, for the sake of overstimulation, your motivation is non-existent. But since your self-motivation is non-existent, you can be provided with the motivation. So Duolingo can do that. Duolingo can completely circumvent and compensate for the will to be consistent. Without practicing that, once that's taken away, boredom sets in. And boredom can lead to withdrawal, which is where you go back to the thing that overstimulated you again. And that can happen with anything in my most things online. It doesn't have to be language learning, but I'm kind of making it about language learning. Both strength things are double-edged, basically, in my opinion. In the ends of the blade, the middle of the blade is pretty like smooth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna expand this. Like imagery. No, I'm not. This is supposed to be a sword. Sorry. So this is sharp. This is sharp, right? But the middle makes up the majority of the stuff, right? That is where the balancing point comes in. You kind of just need both, or like you kind of want to encourage yourself to do both. However, echo chambers, targeted ads, and all this stuff, it's not malicious. Pragmatism, objectivity, maximizing, idealism, those are the things that make for efficient things. They are also, wait for it, void of human emotions. What is one of the quintessential inclusions that are required for objectivity? A complete lack of emotional subjectivity. That is how you achieve objectivity. So if we spend and accelerate with technology for like 2 or 3 years at a breakneck pace on trying to remove subjectivity from human experiences, you know, like things that you interact with, then you kind of, everyone can point at anyone and anyone can be responsible for the consequences of our actions, because, I mean, it wasn't a balancing act. It was trying to optimize. So now I feel like whenever I talk about my childhood, that's where I get like pro calls saying, yeah, I get asked, are you upset too? Or I have the same thoughts. I'm not surprised, because earnestly, it's a huge coincidence. Again, like different conditions, but some fundamental human condition stuff is common to the different contexts. And one of them is forming emotional awareness in a diverse situation, like creating friction when there was a developmental period. And I really hope, like, fingers crossed, like, you know, 2 generations from now, there isn't like a clear defined window in which you can do this. I really don't think that's the case. There's no data to support that, because it would be unethical to do that to a human being. But hopefully there's no such thing as, like, you know, language learning often has this like critical period. Like, people talk about critical period because of like case studies of physical neglect, like abuse, right, where children are held in captivity, and they perform the case study, like for the case of Genie, right, where there was a critical period of language formation, and no matter how much like education and stuff posts that in the critical period, there's a developmental permanence to developing that. I don't know if this is the same for emotional states. So that is what I'm scared of. Yeah, the quote unquote the critical period, right? And it's yes and no. It's kind of like a sort of. It's always a sort of, right? What about emotional states? So when you're saying, like, I spent the last 2 or 3 hours saying, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to improve it? But hear me out. In 3 years or 4 years, when Gen Z comes out of like this into advanced adulthood, right? I could be entirely mistaken. I could be presenting something that, no, it's true. They will be forever not be able to communicate in a facial, intellectual way. I don't know. That's the scariest thought I can possibly have. It's a nightmarish thought because my first thought is technology conditioned empathy out of humanity. That's wild. That's a post-apocalyptic level of scariness. When imagine that a new generation of older adults who are going to take, generationally take my place now, and what are the messages and type of topics and stuff that they are going to share with the progenitors, the next generation, if there was such thing as a critical period, like maybe like not a mandatory period, but more like a very strong period of emotional development that is completely circumvented because the world was coincidentally hyper optimizing for none of that. For none of that, right? When was the last time you had a discussion with, hey, maybe we're just like really predictable, so is there a point to having a will or agency anyways? When was the last time you had a conversation like that? Now, you might be thinking, well, I've never had those exact words. It's like, I agree. But if I'm going to try to gaslight you a little bit, just a wee bit of gaslighting. Think about all the things that kind of sound like that. Like targeted ads. Well, if it's a targeted ad, you don't have to compete for the ads. It's just the ads that you want to see. If you're buying something, you have a laundry list of things that you want to buy, and you don't get to have to see anything else that you could buy or don't want to buy because it's all the things that you want to buy. And if you think that each and every day, and you log into your computer each and every day, and you only see what you want, then when is it that you'll ever have to make a decision? Can you even navigate what it's like to disagree with someone anymore in that way? It's wild. Like, when you're learning a language, one of the wonderful things, now I'm going to plug language learning a little bit. Now, if you're learning a language, you're going to have to go through all of that again. You're going to have to learn how to disagree. You're going to learn how to say hello, you're welcome, are you happy? You're going to learn what the social norm is to say you're fine, 大丈夫です, right? Like, 元気です, right? You get to explore all that again, at least in theory, in like conception. So because of that, that's still more than spending... I'm plugging language learning a little bit hard here. I'm sorry. It could be video games, it could be other things like interacting with people or touching grass and stuff like that. But for language learning, if you're doing that for your spare time, you have to explore all those things again. You have to explore why Japanese people and Chinese people decided that they can't agree on what monkey is. Like, for example, things like that. So to me, that's cool. These things still exist. And that's what makes me think that in 5 years to 10 years, when Gen Z becomes 30 and 40 years old, there isn't a longitudinal study that demonstrates in a large meta-analyses and self-reporting that for whatever reason, Gen Z is lacking empathy compared to millennials, which is like me, who's on their deathbed in their 60s. Because I don't know, I had a stressful life. Maybe I'll live longer than 60, but hear me out. Like, I'm out the door, right? And there wouldn't be like a really significant comparative analysis of a lack of emotional awareness, right? So like it Gen Z would not become the self-fulfilling prophecy that they're inept at solving their own boredom, knowing when they're overstimulated, knowing that they can appreciate smaller things and not macro things, right? Deriving pleasure from things you have to do, becoming interested in things that weren't interesting at first. Developing that last point is the one point that if I had to say something that I will always, I genuinely 90% of the time have to be able, like I can say it at any time and people will be interested in it because they genuinely don't know how to process that, is trying to find interest in something that is not interesting at first. Personal friends, online acquaintances, collaborations, the random time when someone thought I was maybe a good person to speak to on a whim, for some help or encouraging stories or encouraging conversation. Quite all of those types of conversations have hit on this one point, which is the idea that can you create interest despite things not being interesting? If you are unable to do that, this is one thing, in my opinion, is a wonderful skill to have. And I don't think it's exclusive to like how you're born. I like to believe it's not exclusive. And it's also not developmentally dependent. The American pronunciation is sorry, that threw you off. The American pronunciation is wait, hold up. You gotta help me out. What was it? What is that word? Pie, but with a F, not a P. So Ben? Oh no. Pie, but with an F. Phi? Oh god, you gotta help me out. What does the what is the fine? Oh, like fine as in like daijobu, like fine as in I'm okay, it's fine. That's how you pronounced Ben? Bean? Ben? Fine. You're gonna have to help me. What is the word fine? What is that? I might have lost now I'm just really invested. Fine. What is the word that I was pronouncing as fine? Someone help me out. I need help. Oh, well, let me try to complete the thought. What was the last topic? Feign. Oh. Wait. But when did I say feign? I don't remember when I said feign. Like feign ignorance? Okay. So, last TLDR before I do my lessons and then somehow renegotiate the Inktober thing. right? I hope that in the future, most people are able to find, oh, like fine as in, oh, I'm saying fine like this. Find interest where there is no interest. This find. This is feign. Yeah, I would say feign here. But I don't, I think this was the closest. Yeah, I was saying fine and fine. Oh, well, I haven't said fine a lot, but I was saying find with no like D. Don't know, but in context, feign is the only word that fits. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so feign, I would use feign. Like feign ignorance or something like that. Yeah. So fine. Yeah, so if you guys are having trouble finding, yeah, finding, like not feigning ignorance, like feigning interest, finding, sorry. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. How it could be feigning interest versus finding interest. Yeah, and I meant the act of finding something. So if you're having problems finding interest in things that are not interesting, I think, in my opinion, that would be a great, wonderful thing that internet's stuff, I don't know what to quantify it, but apps and stuff would be great way to start. Because I genuinely think there is an over-representation of not having to make those decisions anymore. You said that HanziHero would take 2 hours and you have 2 hours left a while ago. I had 2 hours afterward, after my buffer, yes. So I have 15 minutes before my buffer. I have to finish before 3 a.m. my time. It's 12:44 a.m. right now. I've been looking at the clock. Don't worry. We got this. We got this. So we're gonna do this, and then I will like maybe do like a special thing. This is totally worth it. I'm telling you. I'm look forward to looking back on this and doing it all over again. I can't emphasize enough. I think one of the most disheartening things that I can see, or I maybe have the privilege of witnessing, is how boredom, the word boredom, is born out of being unable to find interest because there isn't anything interesting presented to the person anymore. There isn't enough things to convince the person it is interesting intrinsically. Finding interest has ultimately become purely a passive response. So passion and interest has become passive. And if you're wondering, this is connecting the whole day's discussion, by the way. Bree came by and told me that she's a bit tired, but she's okay overall. And she's not up to much because it's on YouTube, the YouTube message. And she couldn't find any shows or games that grabbed their attention. And the first thing I mentioned was, is this like, can you explain it a little bit more to me? Like, are you saying something doesn't catch your eye? Like they're not convincing you it's interesting? Or are you looking for a specific thing? Do you know if you're looking for something? Or there are different ways to go about this. Like if you can't find something that interests you, perhaps do it the other way around and ask yourself, what are the things that you find interesting? And then use that as a way to find that interest in the things you're looking at. That is a way in which it's part of your identity, right? You can end up turning something that wasn't interesting at first and create a whole interest out of it. Like the absence of something is a source of interest to the person. And that is one of the things. We are talking about the difference between directing our attention and merely allowing attention to be captured. Exactly. That is exactly what I feel. In a really weird way, like not to, again, I'm trying to be very politically correct here. There are people who have more power to empower consumers or users. However, it can cost them autonomy. And if it costs autonomy, it costs money. It costs money or potential money. It also requires constant R&D if their consumer has autonomy or agency. But hear me out, there's a silver lining. There's also a silver lining to this. When consumers have agency, one of the old school ways of providing consistency is loyalty. Right now, since most people are directed by capturing their attention, there is no longer loyalty. Loyalty is not loyalty is a emotional response. So when you think of how Gen Z is reacting right now, whenever something removes that power, like they show you something that you don't like to see, right? There's no loyalty that gives benefit of the doubt. Like, it's like, oh, okay, they were trying to experiment with something, but I trust them because they provided a lot of information. I chose to use this platform because they have my best interest in mind, right? That type of empathy is not really strong anymore in an entire generation of people because they don't need to make emotional responses and loyalty. They get fed what is important, right? So it's a double-edged still. So do you want brand loyalty? And I'm not saying everyone and all the people and all the business, because there are consumers and there are agencies who are not. There are consumers that have agency, and there are companies that still rely on loyalty instead. And the profile of their clientele rarely overlaps, like substantially, that makes the business react differently. Like what I mean is, a business that's built on loyalty doesn't have to necessarily exercise the same principles and business practices that a business that was built on optimization, on cost, and enforcing autonomy. So now we have the coexistence of these two things. The question is, does the consumer pick first, or are they ensured to be pre-selected? Like, do businesses have the responsibility? Like, are they responsible for making that choice, or like removing that choice? I don't know. That's an ethical and moral dilemma right now. So right now, to me, single platform things that are very strong, they do have some onerous and some liability, in my opinion, some responsibility in order to encourage consumers to have directed, to allow them agency of their attention, and also be able to capture their attention. Because otherwise you're not making any decisions anymore, which is weird. Yeah, these have been very interesting, intriguing, fascinating conversations, so thank you for that. Also, you've been keeping me engaged when I wasn't gaming, so I can hopefully stay awake until the afternoon to finally fix your sleep schedule. I hope so. I hope you got what you need, you know? What you want anyway. You think the frequency of massive trends coming and going is a nearly ubiquitous example of lack of loyalty? Exactly. There's no persistence. No longer persistence. The rapid nature of hyper-optimized content has removed the ability to create long-lasting emotional Heather's. This is in my opinion, there are wonderful essays on this. A far more, like, this is not my area. Like, I don't do this as a content creation thing. I'm extracting, and definitely, if you're curious about this stuff, there are wonderful essays that are through data mining and meta-analyses that can shed light on the corollary coincidences between the lack of emotional integrity and emotional, like, stunted agency, like all the skills revolving around making emotional decisions have been dampened, at least I think temporarily dampened, by a coincidence of spending most of your time not having to make decisions. So because of that, reward systems are done differently too. Now you're rewarded, and you can feel rewarded without feeling happy. My mind is blown. Like, the first time I started realizing that, I'm like, wait, how many things fit into this schema? Duolingo, Wanikani, HanziHero, video games, Steam, Xbox Game Pass, like, completing games, like, difficulty challenges, like, it's gotten, in my opinion, incredibly questionably pervasive that now I don't even think reward is construed as something to be happy about. And how does this, what does this mean? I like your frequency of massive trends coming and going, because people, when someone does something, they are immediately saturated and no longer happy with that thing because they know how tenuous it is. So most of the things now are like, oh hey, I got a lot of progress today on my language learning. Oh yeah, but tomorrow it'll be different. That's why you've been disliking gamification. I think that is one of the root causes of one of the root hyper use of gamification that shares the commonality with most people. Share the most commonality with people. Now, gamification mixed with other things, that's a different story. But oftentimes the hyper optimization of stuff, it's more like, do this now and think about the stuff later, which is fair. Like from a business standpoint, from like a objective standpoint, it works, right? Quote unquote, it works. When was the last time you heard a objective statement and say it works, and do not consider the idea of what the emotional consequences are of those things? It's messy. It's a messy business. Like, loyalty is a messy business, right? So, like, if you're someone who's self-aware, very emotionally inclined, and you're running this business, like, there's a role reversal, right? It's very difficult to know how it's quite messy. So optimizing things make things great, and it appeals to the human condition. Simple decisions, might as well, how simple can a decision be? Never have to make them. What you want is not the same to what you need. Yeah. And that goes back to the thing I was talking about with Procall. I'm not that kind of person who would be comfortable in saying what, like, trying to communicate and force someone to say that they need something if they are unable to realize what it is that they want or desire. So for me, I think that's up to professionals, people who make money or have lots of influence and resources. It's a diffusion of responsibility. I'm gonna take that criticism. Like, I don't think I'm responsible for this. Psychologists, those who have lots of abilities to create this chain of interaction, right? What I can do personally is continue to encourage people to seek and participate in activities that would likely encourage them to do these things, right? gamification, if you learn language and you encourage someone to go through their language journey, some of the offshoots and trade-offs of gamification on their way to achieving a certain level of proficiency will become likely obvious enough that they can see balancing the two, using gamification for its motivational bent, for reinforcement and like affirmation, while at the same time drilling, like doing the hard stuff that can be draining and lacking motivation. Combining them is the routine, right? It's the balance approach, and that if there's a gold standard that likely will hit middle ground for most people, a balanced approach to language learning is probably where we're looking forward to going towards, as opposed to an all or none statement. I feel like a lot of the all or none statements tend to be a consequence that the majority of the people who are doing these tasks have an all or none perspective, and that goes back to our internet echo chambers, right? And it's like a constant wheel of self-feeding things. When a new trend comes along, it's an all or none of the new trend. So in the long run, you're bouncing from all or nones, but even then, in my opinion, it's creating a chance to see a bigger picture. I can't really speak for those who don't know what they need and don't know what they want, because I think that would be breaching, that's breaching a very touchy spot. So I'm not a person who would go around and saying you're miserable because you're making excuses for the very thing that would make you less miserable. That's not my place. I think there are people who do this far better than I do, and it is their profession, like their goal and their life's calling. My life's calling is get people interested in themselves, ask them what is interesting about their life, and do it over and over again. Share what you know, make it sound exciting. Like, I'm genuinely try to sound exciting about the things I do, and always like trying to buffer myself, right? Like, for God's sake, and hope that that is sufficient. In my opinion, hope that that is sufficient to encourage other people for self-exploration. Otherwise, I'm a very depressed person, because, and I don't want that to win. My depression keeps, like, what I mean is, I don't, sorry guys, I don't want to give the false impression. I'm not depressed, but I do go through periods of disappointment. And the disappointment is when I don't get many interactions online, but when I do, 90% of it is similar. And then those people talk to me as though I shouldn't behave that way because they're different. That's different. That's very similar to the idea that when someone is not realizing that they behave very similarly in a very superficial way, I don't think I have the ethical right to like try to convince them otherwise. I want to know if they are able to entertain and want to talk to me about it. Like, the first thing I would ask you is, what are you doing? What are you interested in? What have you been doing? And how is it different from other people? Do you know what other people do? And do you know what I do? And how they are different? Because if you can't answer those questions, there's no agency in the way you feel, largely because you are likely believing what it is targeted to you. Like, when someone tells me something like, oh yeah, no one can ever learn something doing this. And I'm like, okay, who's no one? Like, can you describe these no ones? And who are the ones that learn something? If you can describe those things, I think there's obvious self-awareness flags where someone can describe the information that is important to them, not the decision that was made for you. When you can't explain your reasoning behind the stuff you're telling me, you have lost, in my opinion, the agency of making decisions based on information that is important to you. I had someone that literally told me 3 days ago that they shared a bit of information, but they said it wasn't important, and they thought it might be important to me. And my first thought was, why did you share the information if you think it's not important to you? For me, if you were sharing information, my immediate assumption, and that might be my ignorance because I don't interact with enough people, if you share information with me, it is important to both you and me. If you're telling me information and you're saying it's not important to you, why share it with me? Like, one has to be able to explain that, right? In a manner that is empathetic. Like, I don't understand. How can you share important information if you don't find if it's important? So there's no internalizing that type of information. Like, hey, did you know that monkeys are not primates? I just thought you need to know that. I don't think it's a very important information, but I think you just need to know that. It could be helpful to you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why do you, like, I don't understand. Why did you use, why would you share that information? I'm not sure. And if you look at video comments, it's hard to unsee it. It's very difficult to unsee that behavioral pattern. Like, hey, oh, did you know this is very interesting, but the following things are this? And I'm like, I'm not even sure. Are you human? Like, is this an automated response or is this a ChatGPT response? I don't know anymore. It's void of the human contact. Like, there's no human idiosyncrasies in it. Like, oh, you know what? You know what the craziest thing is? Like, monkeys? I always thought that monkeys were primates, but turns out that they aren't. Like, things like that. The way ideas are constructed, it's almost as though if you think AI is hard to distinguish now, who's to say that the reason why AI is hard to distinguish from humans is that the humans that are using the AI are the ones that believe that that's what humans sound like? Very interesting topic that there's no way I'm going to go into for now, but it is a super interesting topic to talk about in the future. Where is it AI that's more like humans or humans more like AI each day? Like, which things are getting closer? Because from my perspective, it's very difficult for me to think being my objective self like that. Have I started running over time? Oh yeah, I'm 6 minutes over. Stop it, Proka. Stop it. Okay. In language learning, it is very common for people to find something that works for them and later present it as the one true method. Yeah, exactly. And that I think hasn't been true prior to the algorithm. Like, I can't tell you language learning when I'm talking about like Chinese with my family and how my if I ever ask like a relative or some second gen what their way of learning is, it has often rarely been that, and it's so rapid too. Like, it's so quick, it's so rapid. When I talked to someone, like, oh, where did you learn your language? And we would spend hours talking about how we learn the language, like how we retain the language, what our motivations are, and contextualize most of those things. Nowadays, when someone asks, how do you learn Japanese? Oh, it's easy. Step 1, pick up a grammar source. Step 2, find your choice of immersion. Step 3, profit. Okay, okay. Oh, and don't forget, extra points. Step 4, have a plugin that explains everything to you on the click of a dime because you don't have time to find motivation or ways to process why you even want to know that word in the first place, right? But hey, they forget that each person has their own context and wants, and so one method does not work for the same for two people. Exactly. And it's no longer that paradigm, in my opinion. The vast majority of people do not have the paradigm of the person first, the human first, because hear me out. A great counter argument to this is, well, what if AI just does live translate through your lens, through your phone, through your speakers, through your ANC? What happens if they real-time translate? Is there a point to learning translation anymore? If your answer is no, there's no point to learning another language anymore, then those are the people that I'm talking about. They are the people who believe that learning a language has no fundamental value outside of the person. It's about the results of the language and not the journey. So if a technology can displace the goal, then it's an easy no. There's no point in learning another language for your own benefit or your own identity or anything of that matter, or your context or your appreciation for the process. If it's instantly translating, it removes any other objectives that are incentivizing your motivation, which is an objective one, which makes sense. It's objectively the one that works. That's fair enough. For myself, man, I kid you not, I would totally trade off my fluency or whatever, what have you, for a bunch of friends who speak mediocre Japanese to each other. Because then I would know that there are 4 or 5 different ways to speak mediocre Japanese to each other, and somehow we all understand each other. Because I wouldn't give my human connection up for anything beyond a statistical, technological crutch, right? Like, what is the point of doing art? What is the point of writing a letter instead of having ChatGPT write it for you? There are very human responses. That could be me. Yeah, I diffuse. That's how I do it, Protocol. You think the frequent let's see, XQC is often praised for his streaming career due to how rare it was for a streamer to hold on to that many for as long as he has. That also shows that loyalty is not only lacking but expected to be lacking. Exactly. That's a great example. That is a really wonderful example. My personal example is John Green and Hank Green. One of the more recent, I don't even know how to spell it. Nerdfighteria? Maybe it doesn't have an H. John Green and Hank Green's community has an entry in Wikipedia. Like, obviously FGC has one, like the fighting gaming community, but John Green and Hank Green has been doing this for more than 15 years. And not only has the community not shrunk, it actually became an entity of itself. So now John Green and Hank Green are part of Nerdfighteria. Like, they're like, it's an entity on its own. So this is what's fantastic about individuals who understand, who build their things on. Of course, it's a grass is greener on the other side thing. You can do both because, like, Hank still manages like other things, right? And John is an author, right? But you can do both. That's the idea. And I'm running over time, yes, for sure. You love bringing up people saying vague statements and then think about the possible things that statement could mean. That's great. Yeah. Um, I. It's good to practice that, at least in my opinion. And sometimes when I say something, I don't know if you guys, I don't know, JC or Procar, if you ever do this, where when you start to explain something, right, to yourself or to anyone who's willing to listen, in the middle of it, you're like, wait a minute. It could also mean this. And you're like, oh yeah, that's a good point. So you start talking, you start like talking to yourself in a way, and you're like, yeah, you know what? That's something to look into. That's what I do. That's how I keep myself company, by the way. I know that sounds a little, I'm not sure if anyone finds that a little sad, but again, Procar, I'm gonna harp on your MC thing. When you're the main character, when was the last time you watched an anime where the main character is so unique and special? All they ever do is monologue to themselves and talk to themselves because no one else would be able to understand them. And then they spend the whole duration of that show. I know you don't watch anime, but when have you watched a show where the existential crisis of the main character is that no one can relate to them? And then they spend the whole time realizing that the people around them can relate to him. They just choose not to. And then eventually they find out that, oh, hey, look, I have friends. I think that's a really great story archetype right now because it's one of the things that are relatable to a lot of people. Which is, if you monologue to yourself, yes, you could be special. It's also very lonely, and it can be manic at times. And I do this all the time. So you can kind of call me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, sort of, in a way. It could be sad. It is a coping mechanism. Making vague statements and then thinking about the possible things the statement could mean is one way to occupy someone's mind without deliberately being dependent on someone else who can read your mind, right? What is the toughest thing to do? Share those statements. And that's why I occupy my time. All right. I'm absolutely 100% done now. I'm done. But yeah, we're 14 minutes over. You UK study is also a good way to occupy your mind. UK study. YK study. Oh, are you talking about UK study or YK study? YK. Oh, you know. Oh. Vague statements is something I really don't like. It caused me physical discomfort. Like, please elaborate. Yeah, I love doing that. It's my favorite thing. I usually pick a vague statement of your choice. Explain it. I do this to keep myself occupied at all times. The moment I see someone drop a hot take, right? Vague statements are hot takes most of the time. And then I spend the day going like, okay, well, from this angle, that's interesting. From this angle, that's interesting. And when I practice that, that forms the bulk of my digressions. When someone says something, I have something to say about it. Because, and it's in a way that doesn't necessarily conflict with their interest. The idea is to embellish the vague statement. Oh, you're having a nice day. Can you explain, please? Like, did you walk out? Did you go for a great walk? How were the trees? You're all right. Is that like on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being I'm horrid, 5 being average, and 10 being excellent? Where would you put yourself on that scale? And can you give me a defining weighted description of why you chose that number? because I would love to know. I think diffusing the world or some world in pocket ways of vague statements create more granularity and interest in the world. So, for very last take, right? When someone says, "Oh, how many kanji characters?" or no, sorry, we're in Chinese. So, um, how many hanzi are you up to, right? Right. When someone asks me, how many characters am I up to? Well, I'm up to like 1645, right? Even this is a vague statement. Like, and it's a vague question. Like, may I ask, why are you interested in the number of Hanzi characters? May I ask, like, it is, and they would say maybe it's based on performance or they're comparing. It's like, oh, have you considered other things? Like, I can explain to you what this number, this 1645, means to me. Like, I can break down and highlight some stuff that makes this number significant, right? I think vague statements are a really wonderful icebreaker that you can start to relate to someone. Like, hey, I'm an introvert. Tell me about it. Can you explain to me what you think an introvert is? And then may I contribute, like after they share, may I contribute something to that vague statement? Because I don't think the world needs any more vague statements for people. I think they stop being interested in their own lives because everything is vague. Or like, wow, that's a vague statement on a vague statement. Most things are perceived as very simple, so vagueness is all that is required. You only require vagueness when things are simple. They're reductive habitually in nature, in the sense that, oh, okay, this is the best method. That's a very vague statement. Can you explain to me what that means? Like, what are your metrics? Like, what constitutes as the best method? I want to know. The more, and in my opinion, the more interest that person has, my secret agenda is that they are practicing the thing that I usually preach. They are expressing their interests. They are telling me, or they are being forced, sort of. If they don't, they just leave. Most of the time, for the record, like 7 out of 10 times, the person just leaves. They don't actually say anything. They say, hi, how are you? How many characters you learned? And I say this much, and then I'm like, oh, so what brings you to being interested in Chinese? They're already gone. That's like kind of my meme when I talk to people. Like, the vast majority, they're already gone. So what happens is what Prokal said before. I continue to chat. I continue to talk. I want to complete the idea because I do not want to get into, in my opinion, I have no desire to get into a pattern where when someone asks me a question, I give them a vague statement back and have no way of qualifying it, no way of empathizing, no way of contextualizing it to tell the person how that might be interesting to them and how it is interesting to me, and maybe we might not see it the same way. That is, bear with me with a very strong language. I think it's a necessary skill to preserve human connection. And it might not be for content creation. Like, you don't have to be a content creator or streamer, whatnot. Your friends, your family, that willingness and normalization of not using vague statements. You don't have to sacrifice I understand cultural norms. You don't have to sacrifice your masculinity. I'm not talking about, necessarily spilling your guts about your feelings. I'm talking about, like, if you have a hobby and you like trimming bonsai trees, you want to be able to express that interest of bonsai trees, how it makes you feel, not necessarily, but like the act of the bonsai tree to your significant other, possibly, right? At least your significant other. Or you can end up like me when I was a teenager and people kept asking me, am I happy? Am I excited? And all I can say is, I'm excited. Oh, I don't know what you mean. I'm happy. And my face is like no indication of like there's no reading. So what happens, it's kind of, this might be a little fatalist, but I'm going to use my own example myself. It means that you have very few friends. If you're lucky, you can have friends. And then if you're unlucky, you learn first to have dialogues with yourself. Hopefully you reach a critical state, but not irredeemable state, where you become interested in looking at how other people interact with each other and figuring out what is deficient there before the world shapes the normal. And I think the internet has shaped the normal for people. So you no longer have examples of what it's like to talk to a friend until you fall asleep, because there's not enough of a time in the world to share experiences with them. You met a really good friend, and no matter how tired you are, you kind of just want to keep talking because there's so much to share. That type of thing, I'm not even sure how often people experience this. I didn't experience this until I was in my 20s. So hats off to individuals who have this experience when they're like in their 20s now. I still remember tireless hours where it's not the interest, the lack of interest that caused us to stop talking or sharing experiences. It's literally having to go to sleep. Like your voice gives out, things are harsh, we have jobs to do, we have to go to class. That's when you know you're forming a human connection. And it can be purely platonic, obviously. You could imagine it as an intimate thing. There's physical attraction too, obviously. You can have physical attractions. Sometimes one really hot take. Here's a vague statement for the sake of rhetoric. De-emotionalizing things have become so strong. Like the barriers to establishing emotional vulnerability and trust has become so dampened that I have witnessed consistently that intimacy is optional because of those social barriers. I know that sounded very esoteric and verbose. To more summarize, people rather have connections with inanimate objects and unfeeling things than having a connection with humans, with other humans. It's easier, perceptively easier, and have less downsides by having an artificial relationship with something that cannot reciprocate that relationship, that emotion back. And it's on the uptrend. Crazy. Our lives are like, it's really weird. To me personally, it's hard for me to understand. I wouldn't trade a human connection for pretty much anything. Not like back before the internet, usually the argument is like money. Like, would you trade human connections for money, food, family members? Nowadays it's more like, can you handle emotional baggage or handle emotional conflict of interest? If you can't, then yes, you will most definitely rather have relationships with conceptual constructs and things that do not have emotions versus having to deal with the potential drawbacks and rewards of interacting with another human being. It's easier to hit the dislike button than spending the 30 minutes explaining why you dislike the content, either to yourself or to the person. It's so much easier. Like, that's pragmatism, right? It's pragmatic. You don't learn anything by trying to express your discontent in a polite way to a human being. You can just hit the dislike button because that's polite too. That shows that you dislike them. It takes minimal effort for you and alleviates your ability to needing to converse and practice conversational skills. When you're learning a language, it's easier that way. You can continuously learn language in a way that you never have to talk about how the language is difficult, how the language is easy, how the language has really funny things. You can learn the language statically as is and model yourself after someone parasocially without ever having to interact with them. And then expect that somehow when you do go and interact with them, that they may never come. I interact, like, for me, the first thing I think about is if I'm learning a language, how do I share this experience with other people? Because I sure as heck, there are going to be downs and ups of language learning, but I sure as heck are going to rally people to language learning. I want to feel a sense of belonging, right? Whether it's belonging in a different group or having one or two people hang out and be interested in it. No vague statements here. Only inside jokes and making Procol insecure about his ego. Sorry about that, Procol. Okay. All right, I'm done. We can save the 30 minutes. We're good. Inktober, we'll just have to double up. Also, thanks, guys. I really appreciate the commentary. JC and Procol. You're always welcome. You can diatribe as long as you have professional, as long as you have discretion, right? If you're comfortable in diatribing and monologuing, I certainly am up for that, right? I wouldn't be online or streaming otherwise. Again, this is not a reflection of other people's motivations. I personally made myself available online because the first and foremost is human connection, not how fast I can go through an invisible, like a list, and that list somehow like pats me on the back and say, oh, congratulations, you're level 56. It's good, it's fun, like I like it. Like, to me, I'm a little biased. Like, if someone I know is doing this with me and they gain a level every 7 weeks and I gain a level every 7 weeks, like, no contest. Absolutely no contest. And still, vast majority of people prefer to see this number go up than talk with another person about how they make the number go up. What did they do when they make the number go up? Right? The human experience is gone. It's like, it's depreciated when people share experiences. I'm level 23. You're level 36. Neat. End of discussion. That's it. That's as far as the discussion goes. Unfortunate. And you guys are more than welcome to like pick up your own language of choice and tell me about stuff. I've certainly met quite a few people who are incredibly enthusiastic about what's going on in their lives, and it's very hard to not get caught up and be like, it's very contagious when someone is very excited about what they're doing in their lives, and then you have two people who are very excited to do with their lives. Basically, like me and Gecko nerded out to things that we're both separately doing, but somehow we are very enthusiastic because it doesn't require exact interest to overlap to be enthusiastic. The human spirit comes through in that situation. If you're watching someone and they just make you want to do what they're doing, That's it. Now put two people in that room together and magic can happen. Be one of those people. Or try to be one of those people. This is not going to make you a millionaire, but it's going to make you feel awesome. I like to think 60% of the time you have better odds at feeling better or like excited than not trying to do that at all.
捕捉
one last joke is I often tell people when I became 20 years old, most things are interesting. The joke is I think paint drying can be interesting. I've actually quite literally watched paint dry in a time lapse. It was very interesting, or at least it made me reflect on something. So yeah, I did in my older years stare at a bug try to get across the street. What's my plan for study now? I'll complete this. I'll complete the session and then I'll move the over thing to tomorrow. If this is the first year I break my streak of completing my prompts before October, I'll blame you, Procon. It's all your fault. And guess what? I'll probably also thank you for doing it. Because that guy earlier asked me like, oh, you're doing Inktober, are you improving art? I'm like, I'm doing it for fun. But hear me out. If I could do this for 4 years to 5 years straight, and someone makes me break the streak, what does that say about the person that made me break the streak? It's way more important than if Inktober was important to me, right? And then someone came along and gave me the reason to break that streak. That's something to be grateful for, in my opinion. Especially if it's a positive thing, right? A synergistic thing. I say this again and again. The only way I stop doing something the way I'm doing it is because something more interesting and important came along. I do not quit and stop doing things because I was bored or not motivated or depressed, or at least I try not to be. Sometimes that stuff happens, but I try not to make it the reason. I drop things for other people. I'm still gonna get this done though, Procon, no worries. We're just gonna bend some rules, sort of. Okay. Bougeois. So we have catch. Catch and catch. Well, I'm just gonna walk over the reading part. It's fine.
捕捉
If I don't need
嘉
it.
宾
嘉宾。嘉是 drums. 嘉宾 guess plus 嘉 X 嘉 drums announce commend guess honor guess. Or visitor. Distinguished guess, something like that. We're fine with it.
嘉宾盗版
Daoban. Right? This is Dao for thief and thief ban. Thief publication. Theft of publication. Pirated. This says printing plate, but it's kind of like anything that deals with something that is like published or like owned in a way. I wonder why they chose printing plate, really, honestly. Printing plate. Daoban.
盗版武道
Oh. Wait, are you still playing? Oh, you wrapped up on Power World, right, Pal? Procon? Wu Dao. Wu Dao is dance plus Dao. Leap, dance and leap. Oh, dance and tread. Oh no. Yeah, this is tread. I have a problem with tread. It's like Dracula on stilts. Okay, okay. 武道.
武道
If you do dance and leap, that might be dancing too, actually, now that I think about it.
贯穿
贯穿, 贯, and then pierce, 穿. Like, it's where, but it's also through. Yeah. Through something. So pierce through, yes. There. Alright. Which one? Oops. 贯穿.
贯穿
Sichuan reminds me of a Szechuan. Sichuan, like the cooking style. Sichuan. Run through. Here's a sobering thought. Imagine that the way I can get someone to be interested in their life is to encourage them to explain why they hate things. And not in the sense of like they say like, oh, I games aren't good anymore. Like, okay, then play a game and tell me everything that the game does wrong. It sounds crazy. You might be thinking, oh, doesn't that just make them hate the game even more? They're learning why they hate the game. And there's something very important that's being done when they do that. They at least learn the nature of where their hate or their dislike. So in the future, when they know that, they might be able to be encouraging enough to themselves to learn to work around it, right? Or maybe even a change of mind. Cool.
捕捉
Hot take. When I was a kid, I thought flashcards was a waste of time. Sorry. I thought I'd share that. Like, and then now I'm almost 40 and I'm having a blast with flashcard related things. Life is weird. Jia Bing.
嘉宾
Here's another fun news flash, or like a fun thing about my ignorance. When I was 18 years old, I thought smartphones, I didn't need smartphones. And I thought I couldn't use, like smartphones is a waste of time. It's a little bit of a mixed example now, but yeah.
武道
Dao is kind of weak.
盗版
This Dao, both Daos actually. As expected. What? Oh, Guanchang. Guanchang. Meeting. Over.
贯穿
Also, there was a little bit of like maybe accessibility. I thought whatever smartphones can do, I could do because I mean inherently I couldn't afford smartphones. Like I couldn't just willy-nilly like, oh yeah, let's just pick up the smartphone. So there's a lot of coping and young person. If you don't know how to bottle your emotions or manage your emotions, you try to cope. At least that's what I was trying to do. 罢了 cease 了 that's all. Cease did. We say 罢了 that's all after we say all that we did and want to cease talking any further. 罢了. Thanks for the chat. You're off to do your Anki? Good luck, JC. Good luck with your Anki. Best of luck. Thanks for chilling.
罢了
Okay.
宏观
宏观 for microscopic. 宏 great one observation. Okay, great observe. Interesting. Macroscopic. Macro. Alright.
宏观宴会
Yen hui. Wait. Oh, just yen alone is banquet and then meeting, yeah. Yen hui.
宴会马后炮
Ma ho. Ma skull ho after a bubble burst or firecrackers. So something bad happens. So belated advice. I like this one. Ma ho pao. Like after something, maybe after you notice or have something happen, then you provide like a scolding, but it's more like advice after the fact. Ma ho pao. I think this is fine. Oh wait, not even scolding. This is just horse. Yeah, horse. This horse works too. Ma ho pao. Belated. Imagine you want to scare a horse that's walking by. You get a firecracker and set light and run away. The horse walks by and far past the firecracker. That's a very large view. Eventually it goes off at a place that is so far behind the horse that the horse does not even notice it. That's okay. Maho. So after the horse, firecracker. I wonder what the proverb is for this. There's got to be a proverb for this, right? What up? Ma ho pao. Excellent. Horse after gun is an idiom. There it is. Ma ho pao is an idiom that describes a belated action or giving advice in hindsight after the opportunity to act has passed. Hindsight's 2020. Or locking the stable door after the horse has bolted. Okay. That's so good. Ma ho pao.
马后炮
Ma ho pao. Yeah, it's like advice after the fact, right? Well, thanks for mentioning it now kind of situation. Like, oh, gee, thanks.
年薪
It's like, no kidding, Sherlock. 年薪 annual salary makes sense. Okay.
年薪
Oops, I missed the 5.
马后炮，罢了，年薪，
Ah! Alright, I screwed up. There. This one's kind of difficult. Oh, no. Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
宏观，
Ugh. It's a little tough.
"宴会，
There's some questionable ones.
强
there.
盗，
强盗. Strong. Steel. Strong thief.
强盗，
强盗.
罢工，
罢工. What is that? 罢工 cease working on strike. Just the act of striking.
罢工，宏大，
宏大. Great big, grand.
宏大，踢，
T for kick. Wait, why do you look so familiar? What do you look like? Oh, 踢足球. Is this the same T? Yeah. 踢足球. To soccer. Right? Yeah. Here it is. 踢足球. Not 球, but 踢足球. Oh, I could kind of say it a little bit better than before. I remember struggling with this a lot. The 足球, like really quickly. 球 was like really rough. Right. 踢足球. Let's see. 踢开. 踢开. Kick open. Nice.
踢，
Let's read this. So Timmy is in front of the house, sure, where he is playing with his pet guinea pig under the bright sun. He kicks a wooden leg across the lawn for the guinea pig to fetch. Once he gets it back, Timmy kicks it across again. Oh, okay. Alright. Kind of reminds me of Jimmy Neutron still, though. Okay. I'm okay with this.
聘，
To engage. In what way? Like to involve? To hire. Engagement. Pinocchio is in the bathroom of the English manor with a handle. Sure. Stuck in his... That's supposed to say ear, not hair. Ear. Okay, he has a... Okay. He engages the services of the butler there to help him pull it out. He sits relaxing in one of his luxury bathtubs. Pinocchio? As the butler used a vintage English device to yank it out. It removed, it is revealed that Pinocchio's ear also has sprouts in it. Ooh. He engages the butler once more to help him remove... Ooh. Okay, alright. Hold up. Yeah, to hire, to engage in that way. Interesting. Yikes. This one is rough. Handle, sprout. Maybe I can still, he's engaging, yeah, that's fine. Maybe he's engaging the butler on how ears function, right? How ears function. But I don't know how to grab the sprout and handle situation. That's really rough. Yeah, the sprouts. Sprouts is what's rough. Maybe I could use reason. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna pivot sprout to reason. Reason might be really useful here. So we'll try to do things with reason. So Pinocchio is in the bathroom. English manner, right? English manner. And he was trying to engage the butler to hear from him with his ears what the purpose of the handles are for the bathtub, because, well, Pinocchio is not a real boy yet and he doesn't take baths. Oh boy, howdy. Engage. 殷勤. Invite, engage, okay.
聘
Ping. Oh, excuse me.
强盗
讲到
宏大
宏大 Help! Help! Guinea pig, right? Guinea pig. Yes.
踢罢工聘
Did I lose the meaning in this? Engage. Ooh. That's a rough one. Sauce. The sauce. The sauce. Okay. Jiang. I see a jiang in it. And then there's just a bottle on top. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the chapel, where he finds the general holding a bottle of sauce. The general is trying to sell his sauce to the priests that are washing their hands. Jimmy Neutron buys some of the sauce and uses it as styling cream for his hairdo. What the sauce? We're gonna flip it. So Jimmy is in the bathroom of the chapel, soliciting for his scientifically approved super sauce, right? He thought if he could, which he has a bottle of, he thought if he can convince priests about it, and just so happens a general and a general, it may be a resounding success. Hard to please people. Well, that's the narrative I'm painting anyways. 果酱. Oh, that's jam. Oh, and then 酱. What? A what? 酱油? I didn't know what I was expecting for soy sauce. I didn't think it was 酱油. Huh. I didn't think it was 酱.
酱
It's something, I think there is something else, but I don't remember. Like, 手油? Something with show? I mean, that is the character. Oh no. No. Interesting. What was I thinking? Hmm.
港
Gong. Oh, mountain goat again. Gandalf is forever tied to the mountain goat. What the heck's a hillock? A mound or a hill? Wait. What is it? What is a hillock versus a hill? A hillock. A hillock? A hillock is a small hill or mound, while a hill is more a general term for a natural elevation of land that is lower than a mountain but larger than a hillock. Oh my gosh. First, I needed to learn what a ravine, a valley, and there's something else. And now I'm learning hillock and hill with relation to a mound. Gandalf is in the basement of the chapel, where he's sitting on top of a small hillock. A mountain goat comes up to him wearing a hood. Silk mountain goat. And Gandalf takes the hood off the mountain goat and then wonders why it is on the basement hillock instead of a mountain. Probably due to some scheming by the priest. I'm not sure how I feel about this. He is tied to the goat, though. Gandalf do be goading. Just chilling. Sure. Maybe Gandalf is in the basement of the chapel. Being requested once again by the hooded monks or priests. There is a random mountain goat that found its way through the hillock and now is in the basement. Requires some magical solution to relocating the goats. Sure. I think this is a little bit more on point for my thoughts. 香港 Dang. 岗位 Host? Post. Really? Stand. Serve. Hills. That's a weird one.
港
Oh.
掏
All. We draw out. All. Tarzan is top three. Top three hit and misses. Tarzan is in front of the barn where he's trying to draw out a clay pot that is stuck in a large transparent container. He sticks his finger into the opening to grab hold of the clay pot handle and slowly draws out the clay pot from the container. The cows moo and congratulations have watched the task from inside the barn looking. Okay. That's fine. He's trying to learn how to use a clay pot, you know? 掏钱 to pay. Interesting. 掏钱 掏枪 掏枪 no 掏枪 draw a gun. Okay. I was thinking this is like tao as in like steel. But
掏
oh
挖
挖是挖 是挖 what the heck 挖 whine whiny to oh my. Walter White is in front of the auditorium waiting for a play to start. One kid keeps on whining wah, driving Walter crazy. When the parents aren't looking, Walter jams a brick of sedative drugs into the kid's mouth. Okay. Making him alright, sure. Wah 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 da ku. Oh my gosh, wah wah da ku. Alright. Okay.
挖
I'm actually kind of curious if this was a retronym or not. Like wah wah as in like is this like wolf situation or it was in fact what people did.
醋
醋 oh 醋 toe 醋 vinegar. Cupid. Oh no, Cupid is in the bathroom of the house where he's making vinegar. He stuck some turf into a bottle and puts it in the bathtub so the sun can shine on it through the window. Some hours later, it turns into vinegar, which Cupid uses to clean the bathroom. I made a new component for this, right? It's like garden. Earth and sun is like garden. Vinegar. Ooh. Let's see. Cupid's bathroom. Vinegar. Hey. I kind of like the idea of making vinegar. To clean the bathroom, to spruce up the place. Alright, we'll stick with this. Hello there, Jeff.
醋
Ooh. We'll think if I need to rewrite that or not. Okay.
酱
Wow.
挖 醋 港 掏
Okay. Alright, we had a really long digression, so we gotta need a quick break before we do our reviews. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Oh, hopefully this doesn't reset while we're doing it. I just realized that HanziHero is gonna reset soon. So we'll see what happens. And then we'll call it a day. We'll try to do a double prompt day soon for Inktober.
公
What HSK is this? 6? We're at 6. But this is a review, so it's 1 through 6. Where our pool includes 1 through 6. Rip. Can't think. Mouth guard and ew. Oh no, that's 全部. You're at HSK 2 to 3? Oh, how are you going about your stuff? What are you doing?
焦虑
他为考试感到焦虑。
I'm like overthinking. How do I overcook thinking? How 为考试感到焦虑. Like pondering with an overcooked nature. Like really pondering. I don't know what the word is that they're gonna do. Anxious, apprehensive. Oh, overthinking. I think overthinking is much quicker pivot for that. Just a mock test for HSK3 and then you do the actual test. I see. I mean like this only includes the vocabulary, so we're really just talking about the vocabulary.
扭
牛. The sentences are not graded. sentences examples are not graded, so there's no way to know what HSK. I think most of the time this is HSK 3. So if you're between HSK 2 or 3, most of the sentences are fine. The vocabulary you can figure out from the the 2 and 3 can make it a little difficult to know what the vocabulary is sometimes. But since this is from 1 to 6 in terms of vocabulary, most of the stuff should be context clue fine. Or friendly. Excuse me. Oh, wait. That's not it. I'll have to come back. We practice this too, right?
咬牙，
Oh, yeah.
你不要咬牙。
Kind of like grinding teeth, grit teeth. Okay. Hmm. The heck? I didn't realize how
医
complicated
生，
医生
he
要
is
他减肥，
until I looked at it again. Huh. No. Yes? No? Come back to it. I said it was sure. Oh. Huh. Sorry, you shouldn't be writing answers. Like, you can keep, like, you can follow along, but it defeats the whole purpose of I'm not, like, figuring through the things out. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Let's see. Original. 他对中国文化有着 original 强 something 强. This is deep, right? Maybe we can use the spray is not helping. That's a guess. We'll try again. Did I use machine or did I use elbow and mouth?
扎，全部，
他们全部是学生。
Immediately I went to, it's probably fine. Oh no, it wasn't fine. Something 国的方法有很多种。Every part of me wants to write a tie. But I don't see how that links to Oh, wait. No, that doesn't check out in the mnemonics. And the characters don't look like that. Think. It's gone.
会，晚，实惠，
实惠不是唯一重要的事情。
实惠不是唯一重要的事情。Reference favor, real favor. Oh, like material benefits or something like that. Basically materialism. I thought this was robust. It's not robust. Oh.
装，奔，允许，
请允许我提出一个问题。
高潮，
那个进球是比赛的高潮。
高潮 all wave climax. Ugh. Okay.
能耗，
这台电脑的能耗很低。
What in the world is that? Is that a factory? Dang it! Probably a shredder. Okay, real, maybe like... Okay. That's fine. A crest is a climax. The crest of a wave is a climax. Let's see. Can I lose this? Is that supposed to be a goat? No, I think that's supposed to be...这个玩具是用 something 料住的，料做的。So this toy is used, or this tool is used for cooking. Something with cooking. Spoon. Not twin. I thought it was twin. I think the soil is throwing me off more than anything. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a registered thing. Hold up. Let me write this down. Ooh. Su. Oh, right. Dang it. Plastic. 塑料的。塑料做的。Okay. It's made of plastic. Not cooking, but made of plastic. It's a shredder. So it's his pet goat. And he made a moon tray. Or... yeah, out of dirt. That's great, huh?
塑料，
这个玩具是用塑料做的。
Let's go change this. So... yeah, that's supposed to be a mountain goat. A modified mountain goat. Oh, on a slide. It's supposed to be a slide. Okay. I think that's fine. I think I missed the slide part. I see. Interesting. It's actually pretty good. I thought it was good. Originally.
扭伤，
我扭伤了脚踝。
Okay. So, what is this again? Overthinking? Why are you overthinking?
期刊，
这期刊有很多有趣的内容。
这期刊 periodic. 木什么？木 that is a cricket. 木偶。
木偶，
孩子们喜欢看木偶表演。
若是，
若是你不喜欢，可以不吃。
奶 what？
奶粉，
奶粉。
你不应该吸入奶粉。
How are you? What are you using to learn Chinese, by the way? If you're still here, what are you doing? How are you studying? 感恩节。
感恩节，
我们在感恩节一起吃饭。
Heck. Oh, 感恩节 Thanksgiving. Oh, kind of losing this a little bit.
俊，沿海，
沿海地区的风景很迷人。
沿海 It's along the ocean shore. Maybe ocean shore is better.
平凡，
这是一件平凡的事情。
赶，山腰，
我们在山腰休息了。
住，手枪，
他被手枪击中了。
And I know what deep is. Oh, maybe it's not deep. It could be. Oh. Spray. Dollhouse. Definitely the tree again. Oh, yeah, that's dense. Deep. Thickness. Let's do no. It's deep, profound. Dang it. I forgot deep. Oh no, I forgot Ho actually. Thick is not Jimmy Neutron. That's definitely a repeated mistake. I shouldn't have been too complacent. I was complacent.
晴，
Don't know what that is at the moment.
扰，深厚，
他对中国文化有着深厚的了解。
Propound. Huh. Hmm.
皮，
What happened there?
久仰，
久仰您的风采，
久仰。Oh. Whoops.
治国，
治国的方法有很多种。
Got like political systems, politics, how to govern, yeah. Government is fine. There are many ways to, there are many types of government, or ways to govern the country.
盟友，
日本是美国的盟友，
面貌，
这个城市的面貌在改变。
东奔西走，
他每天东奔西走，非常
Oh no. That's supposed to be...
治，
But what is that? Is that supposed to be a pope? Or... Oh no, it's just supposed to be straight. Hmm.
仰，猛虎，
猛虎是森林之王，
离，
That's very weak. Very weak. What the...
古，
What?
逛公园，
我们去逛公园吧。
On the park. Yeah, that's fine.
劳
Ah! Wait. What? Oh, wrong tone. Okay.
鸡 夺目
这件衣服颜色夺目。
撒
What? Hmm.
荤
Heck. It's like seacoast, coastal, ocean coast.
粉
What? I really thought it was Jie.
湖
Huh.
.茶壶
他喜欢用这个茶壶泡茶。
Oops. That's all. Oh. I really thought this was like the hand generator thing, right? Oh.
使劲
他使劲地跑上了楼梯。
Or use. Hmm.
笋 抵抗
他试图抵抗诱惑。
Hmm.
诊断
他被诊断患有肺病。
Oh, rip. Oh, wait, no. Just kidding. 无所谓。无所谓。
验
What am I thinking about?
详细
请提供详细的资料。
Oh. Uh.
臭气，
他的健身带有一股可怕的臭气。
礼貌，
请用礼貌的语言。
寒冷，
世界上最寒冷的地方在南极。
英雄，
我的英雄会弹钢琴。
What is? Oh, just kidding.
暗杀，
暗杀任务成功完成。
Okay. Oh no, Japanese.
接触，
请直接接触客户。
无所谓，
我对吃什么无所谓。
It's whatever. To be indifferent. Whatever. Don't care. Whatever. 无所谓. I missed the G. Dang it. I wrote Chucky. Wrong character. Oh, that's Jun. It's like exercise force. Like full force or exert force? Something like that. Close enough. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. What? YOLO. What? Oh, I think this is a crown. Thought this was done. This is not done. What? Dang it.
鸡
How do I not know what daybreak and dirt? I thought it was on. Or oh, could be. Ah, dang it. Okay.
身影
纤弱的身影，
准
I at a loss for words.
理由
你有什么理由不来上班？
Or logic, I guess. Reason. Reason is good. Wait, did I say excuse? It's kind of an excuse. A reason. What's dawn and soil so difficult? I really thought at first it was ton. Oh, it is ton. What did I type the first time?
时
Oh, that didn't change my mind on anything. Huh. Well, that's upsetting.
차
So rough. This is kind of like rub or scrub. We'll use scrub.
忙
Oh my goodness. This like ah. What am I missing here? What's going on? I don't know what's missing.
连年
连年丰收， 走到环场。走到宽环。It's not that. It's not that.
Oh.
随着
我随着人群走到广场。
It's a bit leftist. Oh no, it's a yeah. To let alone, so my bad. It's fine. The thing I was looking for was leftist. The component was leftist.
香肠
What?
反应
这部电影反映了社会问题。
反应。反映了 like reflect or represent 反映 Do I not know what fire and page is? Maybe like
反
wow. I pulled that out somewhere. Heck.
福
Wow.
预计
他预计明天会到达。
循环
血液在全身循环。
查询
我查询了航班资讯。
Heck. Oh, it's gone. Dang it. Oh, wait, it's back.
暂时
这只是暂时的解决办法。
Yeah, that's fine.
咱俩
咱俩找个地方说说话吧。
肥
I was kind of on a roll. Oh my gosh. 悬处什么？悬处究竟？What？
传真，
我发了一份传真给他。
我发了一分给他。Right? True pass through. I have no idea what that is supposed to be at the moment.
循序渐进，
我们应该循序渐进地解决问题。
屏幕，
电视的屏幕很大。
Yeah, I mean that part. I think the one part is correct. The left part is not. Oh, 盼望。
盼望，
农民盼望丰收的一年。
它是一个我什么？它是一个伟大的领什么领袖。
领袖，
他是一个伟大的领袖。
劝说，
他劝说我参加他的公司。
Persuade, that's fine.
土堆，
他们在公园里看到一个巨大的土堆。
荣幸，
我荣幸地参加了这个会议。
It's kind of like glory, but I don't know how to express it. It's glory and happy at the same time. Like enjoy, gratify, honored. Okay, honor is fine.
变迁，
历史变迁。
What happened? Go along with you. Like transparent? You're giving her like the straight. Oh, confess? Turn into. Oh, facts. Yeah, there's no way. that. Uh, facts. Let's write this down. This isn't the first time. Done. 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 I don't know. We're gonna have to think about how I'm gonna remember facts. Just don't use facts anymore. How the heck does spade and dress work with judge? Oh,
才 间 劝告
他的劝告对我很重要。
it's still something like advice. Whoops. I totally misspelled that so hard.
差劲
这家餐厅的服务真的很差劲。
Lacking energy? Short energy? Differ energy?
污
What? What?
端
Ah, I missed the G. Send the truth? Pass through the truth? Kind of explains itself.
慢吞吞
他说话慢吞吞的，让人有些睡意。
佛
That's advice. Interesting. Okay.
引
I have no idea why this is. Oh.
破碎
他的心破碎了。
What? 这家餐厅的服务真的很差劲。It's bad. Lacking energy. Just like lacking energy, no good. Bad is fine. Lacking energy is pretty. It's bad. Bad is fine. No good. 长冷会 no？ Oh, not 强。
头晕，
你为什么看起来有点头晕？
猛，静，
Heck，
侵害，
上升的海水侵害了海岸。
rip， that's 包。Oh, that's a misspelling.
皇冠，
这顶皇冠是用钻石做的。
I don't know what I typed the first time.
包，隔壁，
他住在我们隔壁。
线索，
他在书中找到了重要的线索。
线索。I think I missed a G.
敲门，
他听到有人敲门。
逼，
What's another word for force? Press.
展览会，
我参加了一个展览会。
展览会。我参加了展览会。哦。
玻璃，
玻璃是沙子做的。
Heck. What? Oh, that's Yao. Whoops.
飞跃，
这是一个飞跃的发展。
Excuse me? Oh. Just kidding. What is going? Oh, wrong tone.
醒悟，
我希望他能早点醒悟。
灯泡，
这个灯泡坏了，
特邀，
我特邀教授来参加。
Does that not help? I respectfully. What? Hmm.
感叹，
老人感叹这些年来的变化。
Special welcome. What the heck is a special welcome? What 特邀要 sick like I don't know what you're trying to say. Especially invite? I mean, that's fine. We're not gonna bother with the semantics on that one.
吊环，
我正在学习如何使用吊环。
相撞，
两车在路口相撞，
签证，
我的签证到期了。
Special welcome. Oh, I should write special welcome. That's fine. What?
侧面，
房子的侧面有一棵大树，
活跃，
他在课堂上非常活跃。
邀请，
他们邀请我吃晚餐。
Oops, I wrote the wrong thing again. Hmm.
过剩，
市场上的食物过剩了，
That's surplus, unneeded, excess.
突，贫困，
那个村庄很贫困。
贫穷，
他的童年很贫穷。
磨，采，
What? It's gone. Oh, wait. It's back.
废，叹气，
他总是在压力下叹气。
I don't understand what I typed wrong the first time. Now I'm pivoting. Let's just write the same thing again.
蛇，
Unless something...
气泡，
气泡慢慢的上升了。
两侧，
街道的两侧都是树木。
领悟，
他领悟到了问题的关键。
妈，
Okay, hold up. Oh, what? I thought it was either Shrek or... Is this not what I think it is? Oh, it's not. It's not. Right, I got the two mixed up.
债务，
他必须
I told myself don't mix up Jai and Heckin Chung, and I did it anyways. There's some weak ones in there, for sure. In facts. And plastic. Plastic, thick, and facts. All recurring disappointments. Definitely all recurring disappointments. Jiang. T. King. Wa. Tu. Gang. Ao. Buzhuo. 嘉宾轨道告诉你轨道盗版贯穿马后马后炮罢了。年薪heck 宏观 is macroscopic is gonna be a problem. 宏观宴会 Ian's pretty weak. 强盗哦，宏大罢工。Okay, we have Jimmy Neutron going to the bathroom of the chapel. Have her shilling around some sauce, bottle of sauce, to the churchgoers, the hard to please churchgoers, and a general. Special scientifically formulated sauce. And we have Timmy Turner in the front lawn of his house, playing with his special wished guinea pig, super special guinea pig, where he tosses around a wooden leg like a stick. Or kicks it, anyways. Kicks it. Get the guinea pig to fetch. Special, wishful, intelligent guinea pig. And we have Pinocchio in the bathroom of the English manor, trying to engage the ear of the butler, to explaining the reason behind the candles in the bathtub. Yeah, Walter White, who's in front of the auditorium with a kid that's constantly whining. So he stuffed a figurative brick, a literal brick, into his mouth to get him to stop whining. Then we have Cupid. This one's probably one of the ones. Cupid is in the bathroom trying to do some cleaning, right? Trying to clean up the bathroom, make it more hospitable for guests, because he's Cupid after all. So he decided to take some turf, put it in a jar with some alcohol, or put it in a bottle, right? And let it, I don't know, ferment or something. Ferment under the sun to make vinegar as a cleaning agent. Okay. And we have Gandalf, who's been asked to come to the basement of a nearby chapel, where the hooded priests, hired him on getting rid of a mystic mountain goat. Mystic mountain goat that somehow ended up in the hillocks of the chapel and end up hiding out in the basement. Okay, then we have Tarzan, who's in the bathroom. No, who's in the front of the barn, where he's trying to learn how to use farming equipment. So he was trying to pull out or draw out with his fingers a clay pot. A clay pot out of the container in order to use it to, I don't know, water the crops. Sure. And then I miss Sue. Sue was what? The cliff is probably the thing that's making it weird, right? Sue had a cliff? No. Just kidding. It was like the dirt was making it rough. And the weird mountain goat, right? So mountain goat and slide. I missed the slide. That might have helped. Slide. The moon was unhelpful, of course. And the dirt. So plastic. I made a like a moon-shaped playground. Fill it with dirt and a slide for his pet goat. So oh. Unfortunately, I jumped the gun on this and thought it was Jimmy Neutron. Actually, Harry Potter. It was a cliff with the sun. Oh, I should have known it was Harry Potter. I'm supposed to paint the scene of Harry Potter and his parents under the sun when they were a child. Oh. It's like thick. And then Chuangzhen to pass along something real. Facts. That kind of writes itself. Why? Was it? Whoops. Did it have a caliper? No. Is it heart? Oh no. No, it's caliper. Dang it. Wait, I don't think it actually has a top stroke. Cicada and cricket. Cricket are rough. Oh no, it has a top stroke. It was caliper. And Jun is. Oh, that's straight. Right? Or does it stand at the top? Oh no. Heck, it's a cross. Okay. I screwed up again. So it is kind of like straight, but okay, I see. I see why sometimes I get those mixed up. Facts. Alright folks, so we kind of yapped it up. We entered the Yap Nation. It was fun. Haven't yapped in some time now. So pretty good. Obviously we didn't make it to Inktober, so I'm gonna have to find some way to abbreviate my my prompts. I still also have to make time for some of the updates. So now what are we up? We're up to 8 days. I need to find 8 days to do a double prompt day. So I'll do some planning accordingly to try to focus on different aspects of the Inktober prompts. I might cut some time. Right. If I can get it to 2 hours, it's pretty nice. For now, as always, this is the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. And as per usual, for those people on that occasional commentary and stuff, you are more than welcome to come on by, yap, talk about things, about the human connection. I kind of stand by what I say, you know, this is secondary. The things I have to do are secondary. I can make time for them without having to do this, obviously. The whole idea is one person at a time, I guess. Encourage people to explain things, express things. I genuinely do feel that some of the stuff that I said, I like to believe there may be narratives that I painted and maybe part of the truth, maybe not part of the truth. Perhaps in another year or two, everything will change. But it's discussion about this nature that creates interest in life. Rhetoric at the end that I mentioned about being unable to find interest when there is no passive way to draw your interest, right? That's a different type of skill. Trying to find interest in things that are inherently interesting to you, as opposed to having people trying to interest you or capture your interest. These are very two different things, right? Having people show you and tell you what's interesting is one way to go about things. Being interested in things and looking for them, another entirely. And one is definitely far more useful, pragmatic, lucrative, profitable than the other. So, and it comes as not necessarily a bad or good thing, but they have their pros and cons, right? Their trade-offs and their emphasis. And a balanced lifestyle with communication is where it all started. Hopefully, learning another language, picking up another language, that it kind of forms the foundation of revisiting all of these things. Hopefully, that's what the points were available. For those who are who are interested and sat through some of the yapping. Until then, more than welcome. So next time, right? 大家下次见. See you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. And I'll be back tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until next time. Bye bye.